Thank you. and welcome over to NLC Division 2. My name is Carvis, and this time around I'm joined by Black Bloxer. It's been a while. Welcome back to the broadcast.
It's been so long, been super busy, unfortunately, and I feel like I've missed some absolutely insane games looking back through all of the VODs and everything, and there's been some true bangers that I've missed out on.
Indeed, and it's been a very back and forth series where sometimes we have close game 5 situations, sometimes we have clean sweep 3-0s, and both of these teams are coming off of their own types of nail biters. Blue Whites coming off of a game against Ghana game where they reverse swept the entire series in an amazing comeback, while Fourth Wall are trying to reinvent themselves a little bit after taking a big loss against Rich Gang.
Yeah, Rich Gang have kind of had everybody's numbers this entire split so far, but getting 3-0'd as well as the second best team you're looking like coming into these playoffs, that doesn't feel great as Fourth Wall. They obviously were able to pretty efficiently dismantle Blue Whites both during the regular season and in that first round matchup, but then you've played that one matchup, cool, awesome, you then get demolished by Rich Gang. It didn't really even feel like Rich Gang were pushed particularly hard, and so you've now got to completely mental reset yourself, whereas as Blue Whites, you've played a lot of games to get to this point. You're pretty warm, you've played a lot. It's a really interesting situation where it's like, is it fatigue, or are you warmed up and you're raring to go and you're ready? I think they're ready to go for this rematch.
I think this is going to be an absolute bloodbath, considering how the previous series went. It seemed like in the game 3, the Blue Whites started to have their number a little with the Aurelion Sol pick. And of course, in this rematch, Aurelion Sol is now enabled again. Against Rich Gang in the previous set, Fourth Wall didn't have to deal with it. It was off the table completely, just managing to ban Fruity Fresh's mages all the way through, all 4 bans directed at him, and they still lost 0-3. Oh, looks like we're ready to draft.
Yeah, here's some picks going on. We'll bring those to you. There we go. Draven immediately off of the board, and the Smolder. I'm very happy that that Smolder is getting banned, because there was an unfortunate reality where we may have ended up with a Smolder-Ivan matchup in the mid lane, and I don't want that. That's not fun. I don't want that on my screen.
Yeah. Blue White's also surprising Hui ban targeted at Toxie. We didn't get to see that previously at all because, of course, Fruity Fresh was on the Rift, who is one of the better Hui players, even though he's a bot laner. So, Toxie getting some character removed from his champion that Pommel may not be as proficient on, and Double Dragons, the Double Ds getting taken out. No dragons to be seen, and the mid lane pool just getting slimmed ban after ban.
The fact that Ivan is a mid lane pick and that Smolder is also a mid lane pick, again, hurts a little bit. If you're 4-4 and you don't ban the Shyvana here, you're trolling. You're trolling. You could have had all of the dragons off the board. Nah, instead the Karma gonna go. It's one of those really strong, just stabilizing picks into that mid lane. So Blue Whites, they've got a lot of freedom. Not in the mid lane, but everywhere else seems pretty free at the moment. They're gonna go for the Varus right now. It gives you just a lot of spacing in that bot lane. Something good to sort of play around, see what Fourth Wall are gonna respond with.
There are still a bunch of cool picks. Are we gonna see the Pipey Karthus? This would be the first time we've seen it. He hasn't picked a mage even once, but this is one of Pipey's most played champions along with Twitch.
That would be really, really fun to see. Obviously, it's massively flexible at the moment. You can still put that into the jungle if you would like it there. We'll see what the next pick will be. If you want it to be the Karthus in the ADC role, then you need to pair him up with something that can give him some engage, give him some support. I really like it alongside that Nautilus. It's also one of the strongest pickups on this patch as well. So I really like that Nautilus, even if it isn't actually the Karthus down into the bottom lane. And now that you've got yourself a potential Varus into Karthus matchup, you've got to be so careful. You get hit by one hook in that matchup and you can just get deleted. You also do not outscale. The Karthus is going to be much stronger once you get into the later stages. So you probably want yourself either a really early and aggressive pickup to pair alongside it, or something that can just move you through, get you into the later stages. And yeah, that's the one. The Senna makes a lot of sense right here. I wonder if you want to take your mid laner now, because like you said, the pool is being squished quite a lot. There's still things like the Victor available, and then obviously got the standards, the Orianas, those things. Instead, gonna go to the Zac.
And this is a call out to Fourth Wall. Do you have some AD picks that you can play? Because Zac loves building magic resistance. And oh, we're cooking. We're cooking, all right. Fourth Wall in game 1 against Blue West last time played the Rengar Ivan with the Iron Band. They don't care. Deletus is back on the kitty cat.
right, Carvis. It's good to be back. It's good to be back in the NLC. Man, I mean, I would have been 100% down and on board with that as a Rek'Sai top pick. Rek'Sai top does perfectly well into the Zac. You kind of get the same thing, unkillable, super tanky, gets into the backline in team fights. Rengar, though, totally different playstyle. You still want to get into the backline, but you are nowhere near as tanky. It's the kind of pick that if you don't get it rolling early, is really risky. You do have solo kill potential in that lane versus the Zac, but you'd love to get your jungler involved as well to just get him moving, get him rolling, and then especially around the grubs, you've got a ton of pressure in that lane. I really do like that Rengar pickup, but you gotta execute it incredibly carefully.
And the last time we saw this Rengar, I believe Deletus went for a very aggressive counter jungling play, trying to shut down Jones out of the game very early on, and this is why they're targeting the jungle pool, removing most of his most played champions that provide extra utility. Things like the buy could be annoying. Quirky also taking out almost champion pool, and now we're starting to reach the uncharted territory with Ahri still being left open though.
Yeah, Ahri is one of those premier picks that is still on the board, absolutely. And then you've just got the standards, you know, Azir, Orianna, Syndra, all of those champions are pretty consistently fine, but I'd really like to see something a little bit more interesting, you know, maybe an Akali pickup for somebody if you think you can play it, if you can really take it in this situation. That could be a Renekton mid if you lock it in. Okay, I mean, still, you can have the Karthus into the bot lane, the Rengar jungle, and the Renekton top. You've got a really wide open composition right now as Forthal, where Blue-White's, you're a lot more solid on where these picks are going. Obviously, Zac can technically move around. I don't think I've seen a Zac in the jungle in quite a while, though.
Not only that, if you've been watching the FPL promotion series where yours truly is playing, this Nautilus could also go mid. I'm a very big enjoyer of Nautilus mid, so there is still a lot of flex potential on Forthwall's team. But Blue-White's starting to reveal where everything is going with the Jax jungle. For Jones has been showing up a lot in the global scene. I think LCK has been picking quite a bit. And whoa! Are we gonna see? Okay, this would make more sense, but the Veigar would be really interesting.
The Syndra or like any of these standard picks makes a lot of sense. I do kind of like the idea of the Veigar though. That baby cage could have been great to stop a lot of the dive potential. You know, of the champions you've already seen Forthful picked, 3 of them want to go diving into the backline. The Ahri also would have loved to go diving into the backline, but you don't really want to be picking yourself up that Veigar into Ahri matchup. It gets pretty rough during the early stages. You really are reliant on that cage timing to stop her from just jumping on top of you.
You know that we're really cooking when Ahri is the R5 pick.
Yeah.
This is usually like in the first 3 picks of the draft, sometimes even first picked. This time around, makes it all the way through so many heavy target bans towards the specialties that these teams love to play, and we end up with 2 very personified team composition for both teams. Blue-White's Eggets loves to play these carry champions, including things like Bel'Koz, Zyra, and this Senna, which used to be mostly a farming Senna, now, in the hands of the support, is still doing work on 14.5. Meanwhile, Fourth Wall bringing out the personal spice for Pipey and Deletus.
I really like what they're picking up for themselves. Fourth Wall specifically, that composition just wants to go in. There is no chill on that comp. The only person who doesn't want to go flying into the backline is that Karthus, and that's just because he presses R instead. Like,
I don't know. Even in some cases, Karthus wants to be flying into the backline because he just wants to die.
He doesn't mind dying, true. That is very fair as well. I'm just thinking, you know, he's the only one that doesn't necessarily have a dash to get himself there, but you are right. If he wants to go into the backline, he can just walk at them. And so it's a very all-in composition, and that's where the Veigar could have potentially been a really good pickup. Still, though, it looks like Blue-White, as they're playing... I don't want to call that comp more standard, considering it's still pretty wild, but I think they're wanting to get themselves as much early pressure as they can around the bot and top lane, really play around those lanes, but obviously that's quite far away. You're putting a lot of pressure on your jungler to be able to make it around the map as effectively as possible. Jax has a decently fast clear, but it's not the fastest, and so you do need to be careful that you don't overpush trying to find individual kills, and then get yourself into a situation where it's much easier for the Karthus to counter gank. He doesn't want to gank necessarily, but if you overpush, definitely can be a punish.
Yeah. And another thing about the junglers that we need to watch out for is the possible 1 versus 1 or 2v2. Jax against Rengar should favor the Jax quite heavily, just to the fact how Counter-Strike is a thing.
Yeah.
If Rengar ever tries to hop on you, you pop the Counter-Strike on reaction, and now you are in big trouble. So you're going to need some assistance from the Ahri if you want to win that 2-on-2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really interesting set of drafts. It feels like they've both decided to unmask. Usually game one of a best of five, you see things be a little bit more chill. Now everybody's pulling out all of the stops right now, and it should be a real banger.
Well, we're just about ready to go for game one of Blue Whites versus Fourth Wall, the rematch, as we head into the Rift for game one. Alexa, standing underneath the town, just chilling. Looks like nobody's doing any shenanigans early on.
No, nobody wants to step up. And this is more like game one of a best of five. Feel out your opponents. Don't throw things away in the first game. It feels like first game, last game, that's when you're least likely to see shenanigans. Game 2, 3, 4, that's where things can really begin to pop off. So we'll see where these junglers are going to be looking to start. I could see Deletus wanting to start with those chickens potentially, but that would put him on a pathing more likely to head towards the bot side. Instead, moving down towards his blue buff, I can see why you'd want to end up in the top lane. If you can get this Renekton rolling, it can be super strong. The Zac is basically unkillable once you get into the later stages, but if you can pop that passive early, repeat gank it as soon as you can, that's a great way to get your Renekton into a spot where he can just play this matchup out. Doesn't really need another bit of help once you've given him that first bit. But I can also understand why Jonas is looking to move towards the bot side. This could be a very explosive lane, as we're already seeing hooks going down. Fabiok's, he's just feeling out the opponent, seeing which way they're looking to dodge during the early stages, but there is going to be more of where that came from, especially once we hit that level 6, and there's a ton of CC and damage in that lane.
Not only in bot, but mid as well. Bomber hits the early level 2, takes a nice chunk out of Toxic's HP. And Orianna, one of the few laners in the early game that can actually contest Ahri's auto-attack, W auto-attack trading pattern with the electric. He has the shield to prevent some of the damage with, and matches the range quite well. So Blue Whites with an early advantage coming out with these just really, really aggressive picks that can start to zone out this Karthus and Ahri a little bit.
Yeah, and you want to really use that early aggression as much as you can, but you're also not in a situation where you get massively outscaled by your opponents. To be honest, there's good scaling on both of these teams, and a couple of places where it's not ideal. This bot lane specifically from Blue Whites is just going to get better and better. Same can be said for Pipey though, so you don't mind going into the mid to late game a bit more even, but if you can get yourself super ahead, use these early picks as aggressively as possible, then you're going to be in a great spot come that mid game. The straight up 5v5 teamfights is where I'm most interested. I feel like you're reliant on some big abilities coming down out of Blue Whites to be able to actually win a teamfight, a huge shockwave, maybe a massive counter stance out of Jonas, whereas it's just a run at the opponents and hope for the best comp out of Fourth Wall. I think more picks for Blue.
Something that we missed, a little bit of a nuance, why Deletus may have chosen to start bot side, is that with Snormi and Eggets constantly holding priority, Jonas actually hopped over with the ward over to the blue buff side of Fourth Wall, trying to check is any camps up, but finding nothing. Now he's slightly behind in tempo, just clearing his krugs before he hits the scuttle as bot lane keeps the priority. Pipey's taking huge chunks of his HP. And if he stays here, he could be in danger of a snipe from Snormi and Eggets. Needs to be very careful as Jax is on this bot side of the map. But with the wave bouncing back, most likely nothing's going to happen.
It would be super risky to dive this early on, but you really don't need to with Blue Eyes. You're perfectly happy to just keep Pipey locked under the tower, really low health, just be able to get as much done as possible with keeping them pressured. However, Deletus is on the way down there.
Jonas finds Toxi, who has just expended his recall, so getting low here could result in a horrible situation in the mid lane, but Deletus flashing forward and gets instantly backs away. Snormi dodges away from Nova, but the hook lands, and Karthus will be securing first blood with the wall of pain, securing Eggets. It is a double kill confirmed for Fourth Wall.
Oh, and it was a great read there out of Deletus. Knew that the bot lane of Blue Whites was going to want to stick around, keep Pipey pinned under that tower on low health, and manages to get down there. It seems like the play's going to fizzle out, the flash has come down, but what a snipe out of Fabiox on this Nautilus. In the draft phase, we were talking about how the Nautilus is just a good all-around pick. It works with what Fourth Wall wants to do as a team composition. Something we didn't really talk about is the fact that Fabiox is really dang good at this Nautilus. That snipe with the hook was incredible, and getting yourself a kill both on onto the Rengar jungle and your Karthus is kind of the ideal situation. You want this Rengar to get rolling as early as possible. It's not the kind of pick that can fall behind, but at the same time, giving a little bit of love over to your Karthus is going to mean that much more once that level 6 is online, and you can just start sniping people out with that Requiem.
And this is the reason why we usually see the Nautilus Rel handshake that has been so popular. In these sort of situations, you can just sacrifice the support or even look to turn around on the enemy squishy. But when you have these two ranged characters that try to match the push, try to keep the pressure going for their jungler, they put themselves in hazardous positions and they instantly get punished by Deletus coming from base with pickaxe. And now, Karthus, one of the rare mage champions that if you hit your Qs with, you can match the DPS of a Hail Flakes 80 character.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane how much damage he can do early, and it's not like that damage ever falls off. It's not like the Karthus is a early game wonder. No, the later and later we get, the more items we can put onto this Karthus, the better, the stronger this is going to get. It's a super exciting position for him to be in. Of course, we've said it before, but it's worth noting, 4-4 have had Blue White's number. They've won every single matchup that these two teams have had. 2 in the regular split, 3-0 in that previous matchup, and so it's a tough position to be in as Blue Whites, and to give over those first 2 kills just adds that little bit of extra pressure. We are going to see a contest around this Drake lane.
Jones already into the back line, but Toxic
Pomo
are taking that Pomo stuck in the Dragon Pit. It's a fight on 2 fronts. Jones gets the first kill, but Pomo's now dead. Eggets falls as well, and Blue Whites are on the run, but the wrong side of the map for Stormy, and Jones completely stuck. That's another 3 kills going over to 4th wall along with the dragon.
Oh, Pomo getting stuck in the pit was disastrous there, but Toxie with a just mental play was on top of Pomo in the pit, dealing the damage there, and then snipes over the wall with the charm to just help out his buddies who are over there trying to deal with the extra members behind the pit. Just brilliant play to be able to have the awareness of both the fight you're engaged in at the moment and the fight that your teammates are having. And it was a risky attempt at a take out of Blue Whites, and it gets massively punished. You do manage to pick up yourself 1 kill onto Snurmy, but is that enough? Is that what you're looking for in that situation? The Drake doesn't go down is the only saving grace, but 4-4 do have a ton of vision in the area, so you're going to be well aware if Blue White's tried to go again, and it may well end up having the same disastrous result.
They really need to get the level 6s online, especially Jones getting those extra resistances and faster passive hits. Could increase the DPS enough in that he can burst someone down. In that particular fight, you took down Pipey, who loves to die. It's a Karthus. It didn't really affect the fight in any way that the Karthus fell. And Toxie, the lane is just so damn strong. It just wasn't the time for Blue White to take that fight. And now they have to deal with Elitists and friends having the earlier power spikes for the ultimates and items, and they can rotate over to the grubs easily.
Oh, hook gonna land. Hang on.
Yeah, Eggets getting called out, not respecting the enemy bot lane, but Snurmy still untouched. He manages to get Pipey very low, but one more auto attack. He clicks the Nautilus instead, and it's a double kill, but the minions will eventually finish Karthus off.
Oh, the minion's gonna be the saving grace in that fight, but that's what you can do. Fabiox just straight up walks to the enemy team, does not give a single dang, is perfectly happy to just get involved in that situation. And sure, again, the Karthus dies, like you said, it doesn't really matter. The kills are going down. You're putting yourself in such a strong position right here. Pipey's going to be well on the way to that first item, and obviously the point at which the Karthus pops off is not 1 or 2 items. You're really looking for that 3, 4. That's when you can take 1,000 health off of somebody before a team fight even starts. We haven't even got to the point where Pipey's sniping away kills with that ultimate. He's now going to have that Requiem up, so anytime a fight is happening mid lane, top lane, between the junglers, you can get involved, and you're going to be dealing so much already. The bot lane really has been a bright spark here for 4th wall, and it doesn't feel like the rest of the map's really getting anything done elsewhere. Oh, gonna go down. I'm not sure what that was doing. Oh, yeah, that would be it. Sir Victor just going to be able to limp away. The Dawning Shadow nearly taking him out.
Jones is here. They could go for it. Trying to zone out to next him, but meanwhile 4-4 doing the cross-map play, trying to secure the dragon for the charm. Barely doesn't find its target, and Victor, meanwhile, very sad Crocodile getting zoned away from the entire wave. Deletus defensive positioning, but no brushes nearby. Looking through to the but has all the stacks needed to keep himself in a very dangerous position.
They're
gonna go for the dive. Death charge, use the teleport being channeled. They get the traded kill already. Eggets also dies instantly, and Homo just cannot make it in time to fight. Jones though on the rotation. Could look to continue this as Pommel is on the flank. Jones hoping to counter-strike a little bit early. Flash out from Fabian with the Requiem sounding in the skies. It's gonna be 2 more for fourth wall.
Oh, fourth wall looking to put any questions to bed between these two teams on who's the strongest. Blue Whites are getting absolutely dismantled. 3 kills and all of them are onto the Carthus, who does not care. This could be another fight. Deletus is pretty low right here. The hook, oh, that hit the wall. Oh no, Fabiox is just going to go down here, and that's going to be a return kill.
With Toxic there, though, Deletus will most likely survive. They could even look for a turnaround. Pipey, no information. The Carthus is here. Exhaust onto Eggets. Gets popped instantly. And Toxic is there to follow it up. Pox by movement speed has to flash over the wall to save himself. Snormi stays alive, but these skirmishes are not going the way of Blue Whites at all.
No, they really aren't. Finally, they're going to get a kill onto somebody that is not the Carthus, but again, it's on the Nautilus. It was an unfortunate situation where Blue Whites stuck around for a little bit too long. They were trying to steal away that red buff. Fabiox hits the wall with the hook. It happens, he dies, but it's not going to be the end of the world. The 3 kills have gone over to Snormi, so you're really reliant on him to be able to carry you through them. You know, it's a strong pick that you've got with the Varus, but is that going to be enough? And is it going to be enough to get your top laners involved? The top laners are sat 0-0-0. They're seeing all of this play going on, and they're not involved at all. But is the addition of your Zac going to be enough to turn things around?
The thing that the Zac can do is survive for a very long time, providing disruption, just like this Nautilus can with a death charge on the Snormi once again. They just need to hit the skill shots, but the Skittles just barely not enough. Snormi with the passive keep dodging away. They get the kill on the Pipey. Now Fabio very low inside the brush. Pipey's just not hitting the damage that he needs with no Requiem either. Can't get the kill onto the Varus, and they sneak another one. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Big Temple looks so without their ultimates, having a fair and honest man fight, but neither can go for a kill just yet. But with the junglers, maybe they can do something.
Maybe that's an answer. Maybe it is enough to just have yourself a very strong Varus at the moment, because that was a really well executed fight of Sturmy and Eggets. The fact that they were able to come away with that with a kill despite the aggression, it's been the play once again for 4-4, where they just walk at you, try to pick you that kill, but not getting it is perhaps going to dissuade that from going down repeatedly. Perhaps that can put you in a slightly easier position as Blue White's bot lane, where you're not constantly getting pressured out. The bot side, the bot quadrant as well, has been massively warded out for 4-4, though there is a potential for another dive if you want it. You do have Toxie sort of in the area, but there's nobody really around to go for it at the moment. Just good vision to know what's up. We've got ourselves a while until the next Drake spawns, but there should be a Rift Herald soon enough, which could be another potential avenue to fight around. On 4th right now, they just want to find fights because they're in such a strong position, and your Renekton and your Rengar, they're going to fall off eventually. You want to keep the tempo high as much as you can.
And that they are indeed doing. Deletus level 10 compared to Jones's 8. Way ahead of the enemy counterpart in the jungle. But what they are lacking a little bit is something to start the team fights with outside of the Nautilus. They really do need to death charge someone if they want to look at these picks down on the bot side of the map. And if they go for such a telegraph play, Blue Whites can just be on this top side. Sure, Jones is losing resources, but he's gaining that local gold out of these grubs and of this Herald, but with no backup. Oxy may be able to punish Jones for a greedy objective play. Lux is not there just yet, but the counter-strike won't hit the stun.
It's
the CC. This Zac does a surprising amount of damage. No mobility left. Down onto Lux. Delete is trying to chase down the opponent's top laner. Requiem won't be enough, but Zac goes into the passive, and this should be a kill donated over to Deletus.
Deletus going to get himself his 6th kill. It is finally going to be an assist and kills for these top laners. It's not a complete island. They are going to get involved finally. Like I said, the Rift Herald's definitely going to be a potential place to fight around. Going to be able to start this world up right here for Deletus, and it's unlikely that you're going to get a response. Jones is making his way over there, so maybe he wants to get involved, thinks he can fight up against Deletus. Has just base, got himself the Sun Sky, has had his boots come in as well, so he's in a much stronger position, but still, I don't think we're stronger than the 6-0 and 4 Rengar right now.
I don't think it is very hard to be in any position stronger than a 6-0 and 4 Rengar at 15 minutes. Deletus is just completely putting on the show. And it's now up to fourth wall to show us that they can convert off of an assassin carry style jungler into this mid stage of the game where they are lacking a little bit in the siege.
Yeah, absolutely. You really are kind of reliant on picking yourself up a Baron more than anything for fourth wall. They've got a super short range composition that will struggle, like you said. They're actually being able to get onto these towers, take them down, managed to pick themselves up one so far, which is, you know, a good start, but gonna need a little bit more if you want to be able to win out onto this game. You can see multiple malignancies coming through. We've got some more of those Titanic items being completed as well, and with those first items coming through, second items are well on the way. I mean, unless you're Deletus, then you're, you know, getting on with your third. This is the point at which both of these compositions are getting really comfortable to be able to fight, but you're just quite far behind right now as Blue Whites. I mean, the gap is about 4,000. It's a pretty big one at 16 minutes into the game. Next Drake spawning in 22 seconds. I could see fourth wall just being able to take this one on Blue Whites, not wanting to respond. If you are wanting to respond, you really need a pick. You need to be able to find yourself that one kill first to get you that numbers advantage. You've got good tools to be able to do so, especially with that ultimate coming out from the Varus. That's your window in to find a pick and get into this game, but it looks like they're just going to back off and give this one over. Instead, Blue White's going to pick up their second straight of the game uncontested and just keep this iron grip on the game.
Or Bomber's also looking on the top side of the map whether they could pick Victor off while giving this objective over. Instead, it's going to be fourth wall making the defensive play, rotating over with a blast cone. Varus and Senna should be in big trouble as the Rengar ultimate has already gone over. Hook lands onto Aegis, and that is an easy pick for the fourth wall. Approaching Toxie as well, just dealing the nice guaranteed damage with the Foxfire's good sidestep from Kurumi. Keeps himself alive, but another quick kill, and probably the tower from the bot going over the fourth wall.
So, Carlos, obviously the Rengar's gone nuts in this game, but I gotta say, I feel like Fabiox on this Nautilus is actually the bigger problem. He has been on point with these hooks. There's been one mistake around that red buff. Everything else has felt just brilliant and really just collapsed this bot lane in on itself and allowed everybody else to be able to pop off. I mean, a lot of Toxie's kills have come from roaming down around team fights and then into the bot lane. Same thing for Deletus. It's been all centered around this bot lane action, and that's all come from Fabio. Do you give him over this Nautilus again? Because I might be inclined to say no.
We'll figure it out later on as Victor and Volux again having a nice one-on-one until the rest of Blue White say, stop bullying our top laner. We're gonna help him this time around, getting themselves a nice little kill for Pommel. And with the top lane pressure now gone, Volux can look to get a reset, will get some magic resistance for himself, and rotate over to the mid lane in case fourth wall are trying to look to pick off against some Snorlax.
Just need to keep this rotation up as quickly as possible. Deletus is potentially going to get caught right here. He is surrounded by quite a lot of enemies. Very fast, though, as the Rengar.
Absolute speed demon. The Cloud Soul providing him with the extra area. He probably has the blue jungle pet as well. Yeah, he does.
He does, yeah.
He's just a...
Speed demon.
Speed demon Formula 1 racing car. Toxie though could get taken down here, forced to burn. The ultimate is still being channeled by the Renekton, who's joined the fight. Another move from Fabio will pick up the first kill of the fight as the rest of Blue Whites are just not there to defend against the approaching team. Looks very mobile though, able to tank quite a bit of damage, has the passive up. No, never mind, he's lost it. Where did he lose it? I don't even remember him losing it.
The top lane fight?
Probably. Well, Snorlax trying to get it objective bounty, but the teleport from Toxie will thwart that plan as well.
Just gonna give the little thumbs up. I feel like Blue Whites are aware that this game has gone a little bit wrong for them. The collapse is just fast out of Blue Whites. Out of fourth wall. Blue Whites getting collapsed upon right there. And with the two Drakes going over, with this massive gold canyon between the teams, about 6k at the moment, you're just sat in such a rough position as Blue Whites. You need to get yourself back into this game somehow, and you're relying on either picks coming out of Snomi and Egets, or just a massive ulti out of Pomo. Pomo popped the ult during that fight? No, didn't pop the ult during that fight. I really thought I'd seen it gone down, but nobody was in range to be able to go for it. So you're really looking on that shockwave to be able to find as many members as possible and just delete them. But I think it's unlikely for Fortnite to all be stood on top of each other because they've all got dashes, because they are all looking to get in as aggressive as possible. You end up coming at team fights from a lot of different angles as Fortnite. They're potentially going to look for another scrap here around the enemy wall.
X-Flash out from Fabio finds another nice on the O's, but the very
Blue
wants to
shut down.
The leaders is gone, and Pomo has joined the fight. Toxie's not here. That two huge shutdowns that require will not be enough to kill anyone. Snorby goes low. Victor flashes forward, wants to kill Egget. Able to secure one of the kills. Now Snorby has to heal away. Slows up Victor. The crocodile will fall, but a nice fight. The underdogs here in game 1, Blue Whites turn it around from the overconfidence of the fourth wall carries.
They all go stepping up into a massive choke point, and that's exactly the kind of area where you want to play these fights. Snomi as well got a massive ulti right across the wall, landed it onto Deletus, and he was indeed deleted from that fight. And once you've got a lot of that big threat damage gone, the rest of the team's in a strong position, but they're nowhere near as strong as this Rengar was. Really good play to be able to get that one up. Toxie gonna end up in a bit of a fight with Jones, and I think the Toxie might win this one, I gotta be honest.
Not even close.
I'm not quite sure why Jones wanted to go for that one. That wasn't ideal. That now could mean pings onto the Baron. It is up and available, and you've lost your jungler as Blue Whites. Could be a disastrous play after they just managed to pick themselves up a good situation.
What sort of cooldowns for fourth wall to play with in case of a fight? And Blue White's definitely going to contest this. Pommel on the flank, has the shockwave available. Fabio with a hook could look for Egget or Snormi, but already Baron has been taken, and Egget will fall apart! Almost not there to join the fight this timing window. Pollux can't pop over the wall either. Snormi dies to the Rengar, and a disaster for Blue Whites. Fourth wall make the correct call and push with it.
And after what looked like fourth wall making a mistake, over pushing in the enemy jungle, a overstep out of Jones turns things right back around. It's going to be the Baron picked up nice and easily, a turret as well for fourth wall. They're going to be able to turn this one back into their third Drake soul point picked up as well. Super strong position, and it all came off of just over-aggression out of Jones. Gotta feel bad. So Victor is going to be collapsed on right here. He doesn't have any friends around, and yeah, just going to be taken out nice and easy. He does some decent healing. Pomo not going to be too worried about that one. So it is a return kill, and that's a pretty big Baron to get off of the board. That's your split push no longer having Baron, which is not ideal. And despite the fact fourth wall are in massive control, it never feels like they're playing this one out quite as cleanly as they perhaps should be.
It is... Again, with almost no seeable potential outside of the Baron that we mentioned earlier, they also are quite squishy outside of the Nautilus. This means if they make a mistake like the choke point fight that they had before Jones died, Toxie one-on-one, it can repeat itself. Blue Whites does have the burst to take down any stragglers out of position in their own jungle.
Absolutely, but it really takes some accurate play. You've got to hit that Chains of Corruption or maybe a Last Embrace from your center. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. We saw it in that blue buff play where they were able to land that big CC lockdown onto Deletus. I mean, he is going to pop you if he gets on top of you, but if you could stop him in his tracks, stop him from getting all of that healing, being able to use the brushes to jump away, he's pretty dang squishy, so you can kill him. It just takes a lot of lockdown, and now that he's got that Edge of Night as well, it makes it that much harder. You need to get that off first, and then try to take down this Rengar, otherwise you're in a bad...
They found Pipey already dead! With the Dawning Shadow, I can say it's gonna kill, but now Jones and Volux are in front line in big trouble. Here's the Requiem, fades one kill back over, but the Siege, again, is the weak point of fourth wall. Victor, without the Baron buff, is taking down the middle inhibitor tower, and Deletus with the ultimate already broke. Whoa!
God!
Was there a tower there?
There was at some point, definitely not now. Deletus just gonna pop turrets as well as people, apparently. The Edge of Night is down, and that is a potential window to get back on top of it. But the fact that it was a 1-for-1 play is not great. You can see, wanting to go back in is Volux.
Fabio underneath tower, stuck for a little while, but Victor has teleported back in. Zach will go into his passive, and now it's up to Blue Whites to defend the remains of their top laner. Toxie not able to deal enough damage to the blobs to kill the Zach, but a nice small victory for 4-4 once again, getting the towers down, and Blue Whites still can't find the angle to defend.
No, absolutely not. Would we be able to get a quick check onto the center souls? Because that range is looking pretty good in that most recent play. I don't know how many souls it is going to be at the moment on the center. If it is getting, you know, up there...
Oh, Deletus.
He's caught.
Very out of position. It has the ultimate for the extra. Oh, it has the damage as well. It gets all of those dice onto that one tap, but the shutdown goes over to Bomo. And again, a jungler getting caught out of position has happened in this game before. Will put a hindrance. Let's go with that to 4-4's tempo.
Absolutely, and it was about 102 souls onto this center, so actually getting into a pretty strong position. There is a situation where you can turn this one back around, but would you take a look, the audience, at the items that Pipey has right now? Because there is a fully completed death cap. Yeah, this is gonna deal a lot of damage right now, and it means that when you get into these team fights, you're never on an equal footing. If you know that the team fight is coming as Pipey, you just pop that Requiem, get a huge chunk of damage down immediately, and then your team's rolling from a massive advantage. It's a really good position to be in, where you've got those high damage carries who maybe can't quite one-shot people. Well, once you prop the Requiem, Deletus is going to be perfectly happy to do that. Toxie too. You are in a strong position, but you have been saying it, Karthus, the engage is really telegraphed. We need to see Fabiox play this one carefully, because if he over-aggresses and tries to take a bad fight that ends up with Deletus or Toxie getting immediately CC locked down, that can put the team in a really bad situation. They kind of need all of their members up and alive. The only one that doesn't mind dying so much is Pipey, just because he can still put down that damage.
C-Blocks, well, normally I would agree with the Karthus ultimate point. Both of the carries of Blue has an edge of knights available, and they don't really have a good way to pop them. So
very true. Super short range composition makes it much harder.
It's easier though if you catch Jones with a charm already. Fabio looking for a hook angle, but can't find anything. Volux are now there to provide additional frontline. Deletus, having already used his ultimate, now has to find an angle, or that cooldown will be burned. Toxie, no Spirit Rush available either. Now would be the chance of Blue Whites if they want to look for something. Deletus still running invisible, trying to set up around the Baron area, up in 15 seconds, and the vision completely on their side. Blue Whites approaching into the dark. Deletus and Victor also have the flank charm landing onto Veluxa. They have Victor on the flank, but they're kiting backwards. Veluxa just needs to buy time for his carries. Getting deleted. This takes a kill, but Karthus and Renekton already down. Jones will not die just yet. Leandri dealing a bunch of damage, but the command protect keeps him alive. Has to flash away from the brush. Deletus still wants to look for any picks he can find, but with 3 members still alive, Baltimore thinks they can do the Baron.
Yeah, we're really seeing the limitations of this fourth wall composition. It was a great flank out of Sir Victor, but he's not tanky enough to keep himself alive as long as Volluxa has. Volluxa is way tankier. This Baron play is super risky. You've got lots of full health bars, but not all of your team is around. Oh, Aegis might be caught here.
Oh, Pomo has to go into the Zonia, but Deletus is too tanky. Hook from Fabio will pick up the kill as well. And now it should be a 4-4 Baron if it wasn't already before. With only 3 members of Blue Whites left alive, I don't think they can go for this contest at all.
Nope. Just gonna be able to stop it being Soul. Which, to be honest, is just delaying the point at which your only remaining win con pops up as Blue Whites. You know, you would really like to get yourself a stolen elder, then maybe you can get back into this game. No, still, I can understand why they're trying to stop this one, but...
Oh, close. Almost getting the steal, but Jones with Victor now has to pop over with the blast cone. And this is very risky still, as fourth wall still pushing into the mid wave. Toxic looking for Veluxa. As you said, this Zac is quite tanky.
able to absorb a ton of damage. He's got that Locket of the Iron Solari as well, just to be able to keep some other carries or himself alive that much longer. I really like that pickup on the tank Zac. I think it adds a lot of extra utility to this champion. I mean, he already gives you plenty just innately, but it adds that little bit extra on as well. The siege is going to be coming through, like we've said. Fourth will really need this Baron to be able to siege effectively. This is their second of the game. The first one was able to crack all of the outer and inner turrets. Now it's about getting yourself into the base. Getting an inhibitor here would be huge. It will just open up the map so much and give you a lot more time while someone has to stay back in base, taking out these Baron-empowered minions. Looks really tricky, though, to be able to step up. With everybody seconded away under a tower, can you really go in? It would be a massive, massive issue to be able to actually dive. Mid lane has been cracked, though. We already saw that tower be deleted by Deletus earlier on. And in a petition to make this man only play high-damage assassins. It's far too fun with all of the available puns and jokes.
Surely the theme will continue as they take down the middle inhibitor. Now the real problem arises, though, where they need to crack the rest of the base. With Pollux being as tanky as he is, takes a good chunk. Deletus also pops his ultimate, so they want to commit to this. If nothing else, they can go for another full Rengar combo onto the tower. That seems to be more than enough to take it down. Still just hanging around, looking if Eggets would overstep his bounds inside the base. Victor also finishing off the last one. Jones forcing the flash out of the Rengar.
Big flash.
The Shockwave also burned, so the wombo combo is not there anymore. With the triple inhibitors being threatened by Fourth Wall bot side, Victor has been working on this entire time. Fourth Wall opts for the reset into closing out the game play.
Really like this good restraint being shown right here. I like stepping back, take your resets, and head back on in. It's been a massive, massive game for Fourth Wall. Closing this one out pretty cleanly would be a great way to start off this best of 5. Really setting the tone right here. They've definitely had the number of blue whites throughout this entire split, and this would be, you know, a continuation of that, being able to pick up a win in such a dominant fashion. But there's been good fight back so far from Blue Whites. It still feels like they could potentially get themselves back into this game, but it takes a pick. Getting that flash out of Deletus is huge. That's a really big one that you now don't have available to you right now. Oh, this could be a catch.
This most likely is. Yo's getting locked down by Fabio. Just huge damage coming out from Pipey. They still need to secure the kill somehow. Topsy already sprint rushing over the wall, but this could be an overextension. Has to
the hot charm!
They get the charm onto the Varus! Just dies instantly. That's the main carry now removed off the table, and the rest of Fourth Wall still very, very healthy. This third inhibitor, Super Minions will be flooding the base on short notice. Hooked onto Baluxa. The damage is there. They get the passive propped and the Zac killed. Just the Nexus towers left to defend, and Blue Whites hold on for a good fight, but the dream spree continues for Fourth Wall.
Absolutely massive. They're just going to pick themselves up some extra kills right here just for the fun of it. Picking up game 1 in just dominant fashion right here. And what a performance out of every single member of Fourth Wall. I mean, I know who I'd give my game MVP to. All the way to Fabius. I love the way that Nautilus was played, but that charm, in the end, was clutch. Incredible play. I thought that they'd gone way over aggressive, stepped out of position, trying to chase that kill onto the Jax, but just found the charm onto the Varus, who was sitting there innocently, not really a part of that play yet. Managing to take out the ADC means that it's going to be a really easy siege, and they win that game in dominant fashion.
It was a long one. 33 minutes it took for them to close out the game. And if this was, let's say, a Smolder or Aurelion Sol game, this could have been a very different situation. But the draft worked out. They went for their comfort style, just like the game one in the previous set, and they executed it to absolute perfection. As I said, Fabio was the key here. They didn't have too much guaranteed engage, but they didn't need any more because Fabio landed every single hook and death charge perfectly.
Yeah, it was really, really impressive. Out of So many different members. Fabio, you gonna give him the Nautilus again? Not sure about that one. I really like the Karthus as well. It played really well. I do love when you get Karthus with a really aggressive bot lane. And like you said early on in that game, it's really hard to play that double ranged. But there is a situation where those early plays don't work out, and the lack of siege potential from the comp from Fourth Wall rears its ugly head in a much worse way. We saw the issues with it without the Baron. They weren't really able to push towers until they got their second Baron. But if you're behind and you can't just guarantee yourself a pretty easy Baron take, then that's a much, much worse issue. So it was a risky draft, and I can see situations where that could have gone wrong. There were definitely ways Blue Whites could have gotten back into that game. But as it stands, Blue Whites, they're going to be, back to the drawing board. See what they can do a little bit differently. They might need to change things up in the bot lane specifically.
Well, as I said, risk paid off this time. Fourth Wall extends their complete domination of Blue Whites to 6-0 now. Over the regular season and playoffs combined, as we head to a short break to get ready for Game 2. And we are back. Still me on the right, but we roll like that today, apparently. With Fourth Wall taking game one in a confident fashion using their own personal style. They continue the win streak over Blue Whites, and with Blue Whites choosing red side, I genuinely have no idea what they're going to try and change.
No, there's so much that it feels like Blue Whites kind of need to deal with. I think the Rengar could be a false flag. It could be, you're like, that's the issue. And it was good, but it only got fed because bot lane went so badly wrong. Do you need to ban out the Karthus? Potentially. It looked really strong. It seemed like the kind of thing that was very comfortable. Do you need to get rid of that Nautilus potentially as well? I think the Nautilus is a lot more flexible. You can pair up with the Karthus like we just saw, but there's barely any lanes where it's bad. Even in lanes where you could potentially prefer something else, maybe you want Jinx Lulu instead, it's still absolutely fine to have a Jinx Nautilus lane. You are perfectly happy with that one too. And so that could be a very flexible open ban, but then you've still got what you banned in the last game as well. So there's a lot that you really want to be taking off of the board right now as Blue Whites. And because the dismantling was quite so thorough in the last game, it does feel like they're kind of scrambling for things. There are some bright sparks though. I did really like that Zac in the top lane. It provided a lot, and we saw one team fight where it actually managed to do what you're expecting, which is just get into the backline, take all of the damage, and just be alive long enough for the enemy's top lane to go down, and then you can play your team fight out 4v5. So that's something I really like, could be a potential go towards. For everything else though, you're so right, there are a ton of picks that these players like, and what we just saw wasn't working, so it could all be up in the air.
I do agree with your point on the Nautilus, though. I think it also simplifies the game.
What did I do?
Execution and plan so much that it's just a really solid pick. It's a similar style of pick to the Rel, where you just press buttons at the enemy. Ooh, I CC'd the enemy team entirely. Good job, me. And that's why I played as well.
Yeah, See, you pretend to be a mid laner, but you're an iron-stuck support at heart who just plays the Nautilus, presses the hook, and wins game.
Pretty much. Still though, fourth wall also loves winning the game, so they're keeping their plan pretty much entirely the same, assuming that this final ban will be something like the Karma, has been played by Bomo previously. Could also be played by Eggets, and we know that the man loves his AP carries down on that bot side of the map, and now a small thing. Do they ban the Rengar or do they ban the Ivan? Looks like Rengar is targeting this side.
So that does, like you said, leave the Ivan potentially open. If you then take that one out, there's a lot of those priority picks gone. Corki gonna be that final ban over there. Alright, Wei is gonna be that last pickup. So the mid lane's still pretty squished down. The Ivan is fully available though for fourth wall. First picking it would be kind of wild, but with the amount that Toxie seems to like it, I could totally see a situation where he just grabs it, slams it right now. Instead, gonna go towards the Maokai.
Not even the Nautilus.
No.
They opt to take the Maokai instead. A very similar style of champion. But the old CC isn't guaranteed, although fairly consistent and sometimes on the multiple targets as well. Could also go into multiple roles. We've seen it in 3 different roles here in NLC Division 2 with, I think, Stumpy on Rich Gang has been the only one to play it up on the top side of the map. But otherwise, jungle and support both viable options for the tree. Well, Blue Whites stick to their guns. They've been, I think, if I remember the stats correctly, picking the Senna most times out of any team in our Division 2, and they are very victorious.
Very good at it. Blue White's really liking this pickup. I can see you still going for the Virus as well. It is also one of those premier picks. It didn't work out in the last game, but you're pretty much hoping that you don't end up with the same bot lane matchup again. Wukong take here, again, really aggressive as a jungler. You need to make that one work, and maybe that's the difference, where in the last game you couldn't really get all of those kills going early on. Instead, take the Wukong. You need to get things going as Wukong. If you fall behind, you're in a pretty bad spot, but if you can get him rolling, he is one of the best at getting into the backline and just disrupting. Jinx is going to be hovered right here. I can still see a Nautilus being picked up. Jinx Maokai is a disgustingly poke-heavy lane as well, though. The saplings deal a surprising amount of damage. And once you're slowed by them, it's much easier to land either the Zap Zap or those Flame Chomper traps that makes getting yourself kills down there pretty easy. Again, though, Maokai can move around, so you're still pretty open right now in terms of what force you can get going.
Yeah, this is starting to look like more of traditional 4-4 style that we saw throughout the regular season. Not so much cooking with these Ivern mids and Rengar jungles, but more of the hyper carry on the pipey, protect him at all costs, we win 5-on-5 style. Front to back team fight, they took down most of the teams, including, I think they took down Rich Gang once as well. Could be wrong on that. That's
a Ziggs. That
okay.
Ziggs.
Ziggs into Zac Maokai.
It could be a Ziggs mid, but Ziggs into Zac Maokai. I mean, you've got decent range, so you're not too worried, but if you get caught out even slightly, you are immediately dead, and alongside the Senna, that lane's super squishy. You're just relying on being that poke long-range lane and maybe being able to get yourself as a kill if you get your jungler involved, but I prefer it mid, to be honest.
Who dares
What's the this will? Could be a Ziggs Senna bot lane and just out-poke the poke lane style of pick as well, so there are chances for, basically we don't know where any of these picks are going is what I'm trying to say. Wukong could be top or jungle, Ziggs could be mid or bot, Senna could be bot or bot.
Yeah, a slightly different bot, but left a little bit, yeah. Exactly, this is a wild way to start out. Blue White's really enjoying this, just high flexibility. As we get these next set of bans coming through, the Ahri is going to be taken off the board. Now it's taking a bit of hit onto that jungle for the Vi also, so 3 junglers taken off right now. So as Blue Whites, what are you going to want to pick up? You've already got your jungler, well, you think, but actually those 2 bans there indicates that they don't actually think that that's going to be a jungle Wukong, right? That's an indication that that's a top Wukong or a Wukong Senna lane?
That,
Wait, what?
that would be way back in the past. The Wukong Senna used to be one of the lane dominant lanes to play with. That's
That
a
doesn't help
Greg.
us.
We don't
That
know
doesn't
anything
help.
yet. Please, we are supposed to analyze, not guess.
At this point, who knows? It's going to be Senna top. Why not? It is just a. I mean, I love it out of Blue Eyes because as fourth wall, if you are more aware of what's going on, great scouting to you guys, because I imagine they're also going to be pretty damn confused at where all of these pickups are going to go. Going to lock themselves up in the Viego. I really like it. I like it alongside the Jinx. It gives you that extra bit of damage, you know. The Jinx loves getting that first kill. You know who also loves getting that first kill? The Viego does. If you can pick up that first kill in a team fight, this composition just rolls. You've got a couple of tanks to put alongside it. You just need some AP to be able to balance it out. This would not give you that AP. I would really like something heavily AP, pretty standard. Talia, perfect. I like that as well. There's a ton of dashes that you can really stop as well out of Blue White. So this fourth wall composition, it's super standard. I know where everything's going. I love it. It's great. This is wonderful.
Yeah, very, very nice front to back team. Fourth wall they have.
That doesn't help either.
What are they cooking?
That doesn't help.
Yo, where? What?
Where? Okay, let's see it. That's not it. And again. Switch. Okay, the center is in the bot lane. That's a good start.
So Greg is Zac on the top side. Yon Talia in mid. Ziggs Senna against the. Okay.
So, obviously, I have questions about this composition out of Blue Whites, but I still have questions about why there were two jungle bans out of Blue Whites when they had seen the Wukong, and as far as anybody was concerned, including Blue Whites, it was the jungle. But fine, that's a little bit odd, all good, we move on. This composition is crazy. This is Blue Whites saying, hey, what we tried in game 1 did not work, let's throw it all out, you know, kitchen sink as well as the water. Hey, what can we do differently? And this is different.
This is way different. And I think the thing about this Blue White composition is that they can play all stages of the game fairly aggressively and try to match what fourth wall did in game 1. It's just that fourth wall threw even that out of the window. They saw the kitchen flink flying from the neighbor's window. Instead, they threw the TV at it.
Yeah.
So instead, they went for the hyperscaling style. And they are the ones who want to 5-on-5 fight, while Blue Whites have the side lane threats of the Yon and Ziggs, who can just blow up any towers that are left barely breathing. So a very different style from both teams going into game 2.
Really is, and I think once again we're looking at these junglers early. Where do they path? Where do they get aggressive? Because these bot lanes could be just as explosive, and we saw that pathing towards the bot side out of the fourth wall was the way that they got themselves into that really strong position. Deleter's managed to pick up a couple of kills down there and then turn that into just roll of a game. So maybe pathing towards the bot side is good again, because I can see a situation where you get a little bit too aggressive as this blue white spot lane and you leave yourself open and available to getting ganked. That's exactly what happened in the first game too. So junglers, if they're moving down that way, makes a lot of sense. But also, you can get into this top lane and try to get aggressive as well. The Zac becomes unkillable later on, but he is squishy and vulnerable during the early stages of the game. Can you punish it there? I really, really like what's been put down, and I think the Blue Whites, they needed something different. They needed a change-up, and they've certainly managed to do that. It's just about how can you execute a composition that really doesn't have a standard playstyle.
Also, something that I want to bring up, you also already mentioned that the Zac is going to be really tanky. Similar thing happened in the previous game where Zac could have gone for a ton of magic resistance and eventually become unkillable. It's just that Deletus was so fed that you just completely melted the Zac before he was even a factor in the fight. This time around, though, Blue Whites, they don't have a Rengar.
No.
Yes, they have a Senna. Yes, they have Yon. Yes, they have Wukong. But those are not characters, except for Senna, who really want to stay there hitting the Zac that is disrupting the backline. They want to go in and find the Jinx as fast as you can.
Agreed. And so that's what the Rengar would have wanted to do if he wasn't as far ahead as he was in that last game. You're only able to pop the Zac just because you had a Rengar who was massively far ahead. If the Zac can get into the backline and just be that disruptor, I love it. And like we were saying before the draft, it was sort of the best bit of that composition Blue White's had in game 1. It didn't work pretty much overall across the board, but the Zac, it looked pretty good. It was doing its thing. It was just falling down because, well, there's a 4-item Rengar, I guess. Sometimes that happens, but in this game, without even the possibility of a 4-item Rengar, yeah, I agree. I think there's a possibility for the Zac to get super far ahead, and that's why I could see the response out of fourth wall either being to gank it early, or to just pour all of their aggression into the mid to bot lane, and then get F carries who are strong enough that they can build themselves some anti-magic resist, some anti-tank, and just get through that Zac and be able to kill him.
Well, we'll get to see this soon enough, because we are ready to go into game 2. Pass to myself as we head into the Summoner's Rift. And delete this. Oh, that's a kid frog. Is that Gromp? Does Gromp just show up in the river meanwhile? Or is it just one of the passive applications?
I think it's just one of the passive frogs, but I don't know why a League of Legends game has broken out on my frog watching stream. I was really looking forward to just staring at that cute little guy. Instead, we have to watch these crazy comps fight against each other, and that is a 5-man stack. There he is. Is he gonna...
That frog may see some horrifying scenes if Pomo ever wants to go and ward this raptor camp. They don't know that this is happening, because, well, there's no words, who could have guessed. But he also doesn't have the backup from your team. Usually you want to check this brush with something like a ward over the wall, or maybe a skill shot thrown, maybe a Ziggs bomb or something. And I'm not expecting Pomo to start out with E either, so fourth wall are hard committing to this read.
If it works, it's huge. You've also sent off Sir Victor so he won't be late, so you can sit in on this play for as long as possible. As soon as it's done, you can just turn around and go pick yourself up this this red buff.
Oh no.
Oh, he's doing it!
He's doing it! Well, fourth wall got the read correct. Congratulations on the first blood to Toxie. They read the play perfectly, and yeah, this is another major disadvantage of Blue Whites while starting out the game.
Yep, not gonna be ideal. So, first blood, gonna be going over to the mid lane. This is obviously Shadow Gold. You don't have this gold actually being useful to you right now. It's not until you go back for that first base that 400 gold is gonna come into play. So Pomo really needs to get something done in this early lane, because the second that the first set of recalls come through, Toxie's gonna be in a very strong position. Junglers both gonna be starting themselves on very different paths. Looks like Jones is going to be going for a full clear starting up towards the top side, whereas it was a chickens straight into wolves, top clear out of deleters, potentially looking to go into the top lane, because Volxa was that big bright spark on the Zac in the last game. Now is going to be on this Gragas, and the Gragas isn't something I've been seeing too much recently. It's pretty strong, pretty versatile, but you're really reliant on getting yourself good barrels, because if you make that angle a little bit wrong, you know, it can either ruin a fight, let somebody get away, or just be a bit of a whiff, so it's a pretty high bar of execution. Still though, he played really well in the last game. The rest of the map kind of just fell around him.
I don't know if you've seen the clip of Stumpy Boomer's Gragas game against G2 Hell. It has some very interesting angles. And mid lane, another interesting angle, because Pomo a bit out of position, pushed up way too far, already low on HP. The leader should be able to easily pick up the kill, and this Yone is not starting out the game as he would want to.
No, absolutely not. The cook out of Blue Whites has come through, but for the minute, not seeming to be working so strong. Pomo, I've not seen him on this Yone too much, but I know how mechanically gifted this man is. He can make these kind of picks work, but that decision to walk into the brush by himself early on, it was a great read out of fourth wall. They clearly know that Pomo likes to do that. It's a pretty standard wall to put down just in general when your jungler is starting elsewhere. But it just put him really far behind, and I don't even know how much Deleters was needed in that mid lane fight. Toxie had gotten a ton of damage down onto Pomo anyway, and now that the base has come through, that's a Thoran's Ring already, plus you've managed to pick yourself up the boost, Dark Seal, and the tear. all of those components that early on just make you super annoying to deal with. Going to be able to get a ton of those rocks landing and make it so Pomo really can't put down the pressure that you want to in this lane. It's already... Victor, he's fine. It's already hard to play a range versus melee matchup. This is making it that much worse.
It's still Yone though. Yone, who can E at whoever he kind of wants, as long as he doesn't get punished too hard. He most likely comes out of the trade ahead with the door and shield in his inventory. However, if he overextends even once more, both sides, Norby has been caught out into the Jinx trap. He goes, needs a tower as well as mid lane. They're going in. It's 2 kills already as blue whites are falling apart once again. Fourth wall on the scaling composition. 5 kills already at 450.
Yeah, that's a disaster of an early game. Thank you very much, Casual Cutie, on the observing, trying to show us every single one of those kills, because that was crazy, everything happening all at the same time. Bot lane, 2 quick kills going down onto Pipey, and it just looked like over-aggression out of Stormy and Iggs. They stepped up in a situation they really shouldn't have done, and I get that you've got the early poke, you do a lot, but you've got a Jinx and a Maokai on the other team. Even when they don't have level 6, there's a ton of CC lockdown that you can put down early on. Victor is getting really low here. He's going to get popped into his passive.
Yeah, Flash gone, and with a charged up barrel right off the cooldown. I think this could be a solo kill for Veluxa.
Again, he's really been the bright spark as Pomo looking to take his 4th death.
Oh no. Please someone tell Pomo he's not playing the brother. He's not playing the brother. This is not the way to get to the power spike on Yone.
It is. Yone power spike is also 0-10. Okay?
No, it's not. That's the brother. Yone is the reverse. He's supposed to be 10 and 0, killing everyone.
Hey, tell that to the Yones in my games. What do you mean? I thought losing was the strategy here. No, this is a complete disaster for Pomo. Luckily, oh, hang on, we'll say after this.
Again, the stock nice sidestep away from the stun. Against can keep his bot lane partner alive for now, but relentless aggression.
Yeah, really good sidestep. Fancy feet out of Snormy. Otherwise, that was absolutely going to be a kill. So Victor still stepping up, proxying waves, doesn't care despite the fact he got solo killed earlier on. As this is mean.
This is really mean, but it's working. Fate sealed from Pomo forced out. And now he's again stuck in a horrible position. The waves pushing towards the Talia, and the Maokai and Viego are still around.
Jonas is going to be able to pick himself up these grubs, so that, well, 2 of them going to get chased off of this 3rd one, as this could turn into a bit of a brawl. Pomo making the roam. He's going to get hit first. Spot out Sir Victor, who doesn't have a flash.
Now level 6 for Jones, can't keep the Zac CC, healing so much!
Wait!
Gets a kill out of it, the blobs are keeping him alive! And somehow a 3-on-1 turns to a kill trade.
Wow, that looked like it should have been a good run out of Pomo.
The lead is looking for a 1-on-1 against Yost. It's not a 1-on-1 if Foxy shows up, but level 6 on the Wukong, Igit's also in close proximity. They want to contest this red buff. What inside the brush will eventually force the jungler of Fourth Wall away. But they came to play here in this game too, not letting up for a move.
I feel surplus to requirements here. This is going to be a dive bot lane.
Teleport incoming from the Yone will easily force Pipey and Fabio to heal away, as the Ziggs level 6 should be fine from here on out. But Pomo, again, losing resources in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's going just badly right here from Pomo. A good guy to go into the bot lane, dissuade that dive, otherwise it was going to be 1 dead Ziggs, but still loses out so much more for it as well. Just going to watch Sir Victor just take this turret plate as well. Despite the fact he got solo killed, he really doesn't care. He's perfectly happy to just keep stepping up, manage to get that 3-on-1 kill, so is in a really strong position as well. And it really does just feel like Veluxa is the only strong member once again. Blue Whites, they're just getting themselves put behind, and you said it. Scaling comp, early kill. It's one of the tried and true ways to lose games of League of Legends. As Blue Whites right now, you need to stabilize. You need to stem the bleeding in this mid lane, and you need to continue to play around where you're strong. Maybe get some more kills onto Veloxa, or get this Gragas roamed around, try to get involved in maybe this Drake fight, because right now, things are going badly, and if you just keep playing it the way that it's going, you're going to keep losing out more and more. One thing that is worth noting, Pomo is at least playing a champion that's useful no matter what, because the Fate Sealed is always going to give you something, and Yone is always annoying to get onto. So that is at least a bright spark for Blue Whites, but there's not many of them right now, as this is going to turn into a contest for the Drake.
Snorri has no mana. I don't think Blue Whites are in any position to fight all this. Even if they did, it's just going to be the ultimate, hitting only the dragon and Deletus, and that should be easily picked up by Fourth Wall. But something that we didn't mention, as much as this is going Fourth Wall's way in pretty much every lane except for top, on the bot side of the map, Snorri has somehow gotten himself a 20 CS lead.
That is huge, and it's the sort of thing that is something you can begin to play around. This Ziggs hasn't been having the best time of it in terms of just straight up the kills, but you can see it's pretty much dead even with the gold because of that CS lead. It's really useful to be able to just keep yourself level, and the Ziggs is going to get rolling the later onto this game we get. As soon as he gets near a tower, just going to be able to delete it off the map, and that is certainly something that you can play around. As Deletus going to go try to hunt out Pomo, does have the ult to try to get away.
As the Kraken Slayer to fight with, no way for him to survive that. Even if he tried to Fate Seal, you would just ultimate into it on reaction. He's unstoppable during it, just an unwinnable situation. And the 6th death for the Blue Whites mid laner, punishing this melee pick to perfection. Again, they're looking for Snorri stuck on this tower. Rocket will pick it up, and now Eggett has to try and run, but Fabio and Pipey are having none of it, even flashing away, not respecting the root distance, and Jones falling inside his own jungle while that was going on.
Oh, Carvis, that combo was disgusting down in the bot lane. So nice. You put the traps down, Fabiox goes in, bops back onto them to get the root up, then you just pop the ult, predicting that there's going to get a flash out of Idiots, and oh, it's just so nice as a play out of Portal. Their bot lane has been absolutely on fire. Fabiox definitely going to be my MVP if he keeps this one up for the rest of this series, and might be playing up to it. 4-0-1 has also completed that Kraken Slayer, so we've got 2 of them on the board already. It's also somebody who has a cull, you know, wasn't starting out to really get aggressive, still in a position where they are able to fight these fights and also wait 48 more before you get that massive payout as well. King's Ransom for Piper, you are going to get a huge chunk off of this tower, potentially even be able to execute it down, although there is a bit of a flank coming through out of Fabiox. He's going to get dissuaded though.
Now open the... they're trying to save the tower! No C4 on Snorri, so there will be some kills going over here, getting chased down by Pipey, but Eggett's just trading hard with the bomb. They get the kill onto the Jinx as well. Zach has teleported over, forcing flash to Snorri, and the rest of Fourth Wall following with full team capacity. They cannot find Jones afterwards. Losing the first tower hurts and evens out the gold a little bit, but a nice response coming out in defense.
Garvis, did you manage to catch the LEC yesterday?
Not actually. I didn't catch most of things. I was watching them on the other monitor, but I was a little bit busy.
So, in case you missed it, we had a completely insane series in the LEC, and it had the most kills that an LEC game has ever had, a series, and it only went to 4 games. It feels like Fourth Wall and Blue Whites watched that and we're like, yeah, we want our own bloodbath because this is absolutely ridiculous. But unlike that one, it kind of only feels like one of these teams is driving the just bloodbath that this game is. Blue Whites feel like they're getting dragged around, and like you said, really good play out of Snorri. He gets to be able to pick themselves up that kill and also get the tower. That's a huge injection of gold. Getting that first brick is just gigantic. Super good out of Blue Whites to get it in a situation where they're so far behind. But still, they're getting pulled around the map. Everywhere that they go, the roam is just faster out of Fourth Wall, and that is what you absolutely love to see. And it's what you're drafting for at Fourth Wall. The Zac loves to teleport in on a flank.
Uh-oh. Storm is gonna get dragged. He doesn't have the C4 to escape with, but Victor
so.
doesn't have the damage just yet. Didn't go for any Riftmaker Leandri shenanigans that you sometimes see Zax going for. And as you said, Fourth Wall are pulling blue whites around the map. They're massively ahead by. Wait, they're 3k ahead. It's 13 and 3.
Yup. It's not as far ahead as you would have expected, though, CS.
Okay.
Oh, I thought he was really going to get hit by those flame chompers, and that could well have been a death on Pokemon. He survives. It's all good. Not going to be that 7th death. Creeping closer to his brother's power spike, like we said. Delita's going to get himself onto this Rift Herald. You can take that and use it to crack that mid lane tower. You can really unlock Toxie, because the other part of that roam comp I was talking about is the fact that you've got that Weaver's Wall out of Toxie. Haven't really seen it used to massive effect, but once we get into these fights around Great, this next Drake spawning up in just a couple of seconds time, that's where it really comes online. And having that mid lane tower down fully unlocks the Talia to get into any of these lanes and be that much more annoying and make it so Blue Whites never actually have the man advantage that they think they do.
And with Blue Whites being in this position, they kind of have to let Snurmy farm up here on the side lane, but the Zac has so much dive potential, again forcing the Ziggs away from the wave that he would want to clear as fast as possible, so he rotates over, but instead, Fourth Wall get priority on the Drake. The jungle is lit up like a Christmas tree. They know every single move Blue Whites are trying to make, and they are just cruising ahead towards the 20-minute mark where they are more than capable of just starting up the Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. You're just trying to get yourself to that position where you can shred this Baron down. Popsy is going to get collapsed. He's going to collapse upon Volxa right here. Other way around. My bad. Volxa should just go down here. Deletus, yeah, just going to bop that one through for a kill. And this should also be the bot lane tower falling too. The return is trying to go mid.
It gets caught out once again. Pipey's going to pick up an easy kill. Yo's thinking about going forward to try and get a revenge kill onto Pipey. The bombs are hitting quite hard. And they are not dodged, but they need to deal with this push going on the bot side of the map. The leaders and Toxie even could threaten an inhibitor tower if this goes undefended. The Herald sadly falls to the tower, but nice aggressive plays coming up once again.
Yeah, the fact that they're able to persuade that play onto the mid lane, get on top of Igits again, who just hasn't been able to get anything going, has now got that balk completed. Swifties do, so you'd think would be in a pretty strong position for an early game Senna, but really is just falling farther and further behind. 25 CS is still the gap, so that's at least something to play around as, oh, here comes the Weaver's Wall.
Dodged away by Snormi, but here's Victor, surprise, forcing the flash out of the Ziggs. Double teleport coming in. Everyone was joining the fight. Shut down on the Talia for Yos, and now Fourth Wall getting collapsed onto. Second shutdown goes over.
Almost.
He's been hit by Boulder's Fate Seal. Cyclone knocks everyone up, but they just don't have the damage to bring down the meatballs off Fourth Wall's front line. Instead, they bring down the tower with the power of C4 and explosives. And Fourth Wall need to go back and lick their wounds a little bit as Blue Whites clap back.
Really do. Holy, that was a insane play. Fourth Wall, they wanted that one. They moved forwards. It was the Weaver's Wall coming through from Toxie, but it doesn't work out, able to be collapsed upon immediately, and the double TP was huge. So Victor going in.
What are you doing, my man? Okay, I'm never going to down Victor. As well. Just keep him alive. Teleport will keep Victor alive for just a moment more, enough to save him. Fourth Wall get 2 kills out of nothing.
He lives. The fact that Sir Victor is able to just go in that situation, the absolute madman. We've seen some plays out of Sir Victor that were a little questionable. That is certainly not one of them. Knew his damage, knew his team were there to back him up. Big play out of Toxie as well to get the teleport to keep his top laner alive. And after the questionable play on the mid lane, turns straight back around. Fourth Wall managed to pick themselves up that one, and it's now going to be about a 6k gold lead in favor of Fourth Wall. Okay, bye-bye.
Goodbye again. Good try. Wants to go in his own jungle. But I think after that place, Victor can be upgraded to Lord status. I'm never doubting this man ever again when he goes for a play. Although he may have to prove his lordship once again, as Jonas was thinking about going for the play down the spot side of the map with no passive on the Zac. He's a little bit weaker than you'd maybe expect him to be. Instead, putting their attention towards the mid lane, Dragon up in a minute or so, mid priority, is key to establish.
It really is, and it's really hard to wrestle mid lane priority away from a Ziggs. It's super hard. Just constantly going to be shoving through these waves, making these towers as vulnerable as possible so that you can just execute them off with that satchel charge. So, I mean, it has been a really good in this game so far. Sure, there's a ton of kills and Vibe's been great, but consider what lane has been, keeping himself even has been huge. So Victor going in again. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Away from the blue buff, Victor finds 2. And can anything stop the onslaught of fourth wall? They are so far ahead when it comes to finding picks, finding these.
And again and again!
He's going in again! He does not care! Snurby's been caught out! One after another!
Baron.
Blue Whites die, and they are heading towards the Baron. If you cannot defend against us underneath your towers, try defending against us at the Baron.
And this is a super quick Baron take composition that you've got for fourth wall right here. Jonas is up, but can you get into this pit? You've got so many members just respawning now. It looks like instead they're just going to go for a mid lane priority shove and then head down to pick themselves up their first break of the game. It is a meager consolation prize, and one I don't even know if they can take quick enough as the rest of fourth wall come down. TP in the backline. Victor TPing behind.
Zac is there, or Blue White seem to be aware of it, managing to force them back, but the lead is there, getting the stun onto the Wukong flow. No Dawning Shadow will poke them down a little bit, but Victor and Fabio so tanky with no additional DPS being provided. Bollocks on the back line, keeping them away, shut down onto Victor. Now the Zac gone, and Pipe is still alive just for the moment. Against trying to find the Leandri of Snurmi. Just a couple more bombs need to land to get the kill on the Fabio. Tries to tail away. Bobo in the 1v2 against the leaders and Toxie, trying to stay alive. It gets bursted down. They're turning it around. Here's the Viego reads a double kill for Toxie. And they are chasing down Volux if they so wish, instead turning their attention to the blue buff and possibly the dragon. What looked like a lost fight gets instantly turned around.
Oh, that is the thing with a Taliyah. It never feels like the Taliyah's doing that much damage until all of a sudden the Taliyah does that much damage. That fight was absolutely insane. You do manage to take 3 of the Baron buffs off of fourth wall. That's huge. Blue Whites are going to have a lot easier a time defending against the push. But still, you lose multiple members, and that was possibly one of the best team fights you were going to get. You get that team fight, and you're not down 6-7k like they were at that point. You win that team fight, you probably ace your opponents, but you're so far behind. Second item's only just coming through the Blue Whites. They've been completed. The third is on the way. He gets gonna have to flash away from that one, and the pressure is just relentless. Fourth wall is not allowing Blue Whites to breathe. It's felt like they've not allowed them to breathe this entire series so far.
Still been called out again. This time, no additional DPS provided. Puts their ult, heals so much from the blobs. Jones is taken down before Big David dies. And just to escape, 2 kills going over to fourth wall. The lead is being a menace in the back line, trying to take down Snurby. It is hard to follow what is going on for me as 6 has finally fallen. And fourth wall, losing only 1 member, are trying to crack the base.
Oh, you don't care about losing out onto the remaining Barons if everybody else is dead. It's pretty easy to push. Toxie has still got the last remnants of this Baron buff. TP coming in. You can set up the rocks right here.
And Bobo just gets caught. He's trying to accelerate the power spike.
He's one away before this game turns around for Blue Whites.
And they need to somehow clear these waves, but with the rocket launcher, Pipey outranges most members of Blue Whites with Senna not having enough. So here's Victor again on the flank, finding the key members. Bollocks almost gets locked down by the Chompers, but it doesn't matter as Victor is again on the flank. Pipey's going wild, Toxie on a rampage, and it just feels like fourth wall are unstoppable here in this game too.
The only thing is, once again, this game is going potentially a little bit longer than you would have liked. The last one went to nearly 35 minutes, despite the fact that it felt like Fourth Wall were completely in control for a seriously long time. They have a much easier time sieging with this composition than they did their one in the last game. But still, this game is being stalled out, sure. Leaders
He can't even reach him. That's
so fast.
the leader's just with the blue jungle pet. Manages to bait out a key cooldown, and not only that, here's Victor once again. Look at Fox!
Boy!
He instantly takes down two, one after another. The team fights go the way of Fourth Wall. We have 34 kills in 25 minutes. Blue Whites are getting demolished like a wrecking ball. Usually you see them taking down walls. This time it's an entire country. They're knocking down the inhibitor tower, taking down the inhibitor. 20-second death times. They could even go for the game here.
Victor is stopping Snowy from being able to come back. It's not going to be allowed to get back into this one. The towers are just falling. There's no minions. They don't need minions. They don't care. Everybody is pretty low and respawns are coming through.
Pipe is going to get a reset here from Veluxa. Tries to flash away, but the rocket body slammed away. Fate Sealed won't find anything, but Fabio falls. One of the front line is now gone. Victor's not there either. But Pipe doesn't care. He's critting.
Yo.
He's critting, and he's dealing damage when another from Blue Whites will fall. Double kills in Pipey, and in 25 minutes, if this is not some sort of a record on NLC, I'm astonished, because 37 kills it took for Fourth Wall to secure themselves game 2.
I was hoping they'd be able to end quicker than they did in the last game, and oh boy did they. That was incredible, and there were so many little moments in that game that just completely wiped it. Blue Whites, it never felt like they got a foothold in this game. There were a couple of bright sparks. The top lane had a couple of kills, but Sir Victor didn't give a damn. He was perfectly happy. The bot lane was ahead in terms of towers and CS, but that just meant you were even to all of the kills that Pipey's been picking up. It never felt like Blue Whites were like, yes, this is where we can play around. Everything was just in favor of Fourth Wall from the beginning of that game until the very end.
If I'm Blue Walls, if I'm Blue Whites, I have no idea what to do here. Honestly, they changed their plan completely going into this game too, and got demolished by what everyone knows Fourth Wall plays as their standard. Game 1 is not their standard. That's not how they normally play. But this is. And if they can't deal with the standard when they were already forced to change with the plans, this is looking dire going to game 3.
It really is, and I wonder if Blue Whites, for the mentality, are just like, look, it's fine. Puma got caught out early. It ruined his lane. That really sucks. But that was it. That was the only issue. Everything else just was a domino effect from that early kill onto Puma. Puma doesn't go chuck a ward in that brush. It's an even laning state. We're maybe able to play around this Yone a bit more. He's not so far behind. You can try to justify it like that. Now, production did just note that the last time we saw Blue Whites, they also went down 0-2. And then they managed to reverse sweep. But at the same time, this is Fourth Wall. Fourth Wall have had Blue Whites' number the entire time. A reverse sweep would be nothing short of a miracle at this point, but a miracle I would be very excited to see.
Well, we get to see what the plan is as we go onto a small break. Game 3, just right on the horizon. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back. We are looking forward to seeing how Blue Whites are going to recover from this game one. We had some traditional fourth wall kitchen style cooking with Rengar and Karthus brought out for the first time for Pipey. In game two, they went to the more traditional way that they have been playing throughout the season, but gave us 37 kills in 25 minutes, which was let's just call it a slaughter.
It was complete and utter domination. There are a couple moments where maybe you overstepped a little bit. There was a mid lane play where you tried to initiate with the Talia ult and it didn't quite work out for fourth wall, but I'm pointing out one or two very specific instances of things going well for Blue Whites. Kind of in this entire series so far, it's been complete domination. Fourth wall seem to 100% have Blue Whites' number. I mean, it's been that way throughout this entire tournament so far, and as Blue Whites, it feels like overcoming the unbeatable at this point. Can you do it? They managed to get that reverse sweep versus Garden Gaming. They've gone the long road to get themselves back to this match. Just one away from going to that finals, getting to face up against Rich Gang, but it doesn't feel like they know how to overcome this fourth wall team. They've tried two very different compositions, and neither of them seem to have gotten any footing.
Yeah, and I think while the top lane matchup for Bollocks and Victor has been treading the way of Bollocks, it has been mainly the bot side of the map. Pipey and Fabio especially have been playing such a good game. Fabio has been constantly finding picks on this engage, support, and every single time anyone is out of position, they get kills from it. And now it's up to Blue Whites, honestly. They need to figure out something that works. Looks like the bans are going to be the same. What I'm expecting to see is different picks.
Try something completely different. You've tried a composition that kind of can play throughout all the stages of the game. You've tried a composition that can get going later on. Maybe try something full early. I mean, the kind of composition that has nothing giving later on, that it seems like you aren't winning the late game anyway. Fabio gonna get himself that Maokai again. I loved it paired up with the Jinx. I thought it was really good. And as fourth wall, you don't need to change nothing. You are perfectly happy if you want to just take the same things again. I wouldn't mind a Zyra Khan at the moment, to be honest. I think they're a really strong bot lane. And Snurmy and Igits have not been bad. They were pretty good in the last game specifically. I want to see a strong bot lane and a strong top lane out of Blue Whites. Oh, that would have been fun.
I don't think that's Or
I don't think so either. It's been changed very recently. I'd be surprised if it is allowed at the moment. Let's see what this next pickup is going to be out of 4th wall. I'd love to see the Talia again. Yeah, it was super good. I honestly would like 4th wall to draft pretty much everything again. If you could get Sir Victor this sack, awesome. If not, the Rek'Sai is also really tanky, strong up in the top lane. Both of those have perfectly fine times. Into the Gragas, I mean, we saw the solo kill go down. It didn't really change the outcome of the game, and it felt like Victor didn't really care overall. So we'll see what the final...
Oh! Okay, a bit of both. Not the Jinx this time, but they do bring out a hyper carry that is the specialty of Pipey.
Yep.
And as we have mentioned in the past, Xayah not really the mainstay AD carry in the meta at the moment, but it is a huge comfort for Snowflake. The problem is, this is a huge counter picking to it.
Yeah, you really don't like two things, kind of, as a Xayah. Range and Twitches. And Twitch kind of does bring the range too, to be honest, especially when you've got yourself the potential of those just constant saplings hitting you, poking you down. The heal off of Rakan is not that big. It's decent enough during the early stages. It scales okay, but it's never a massive heal. It's not like you've got yourself a Soraka stat next to you who's able to heal you up constantly. But the composition Blue Whites have gone for at the moment, Xayah, Rakan, really competent team fighters. Jarvan also brilliant, and they have a great combo. If you could get the Rakan ult through, get everybody into a baby cage with the Jarvan, knock them all up, and then Xayah can just throw those feathers through, that's an absolute way that you can win. But it's really hard to get that kind of pick onto a Twitch and a Talia because they are so low, long range, and half the time you can't even see where the Twitch is at.
Yeah, it's a game of cat and mouse. You need to figure out where the Twitch is, and you need to engage onto him. It's going to be difficult through the Maokai and Talia walls and roots and whatever rocks you are throwing at. Saplings in some skins count as rocks, double rock throwers.
Yeah.
Works. Kindred are also being banned out. I love this. Against the Jarvan, the Kindred would be a major disaster to play against, would negate a ton of the bursting potential. Banning out the Orianna also makes sense, but now Blue Whites most likely going to pick up the mid lane.
So, is it gonna be another just Yone into the Talia? I gotta say, probably not. I would not be expecting it. Pomo did not have the best time. I like giving the counter pick over to Pomo in this situation, and I really like the Ornn. It's again good in the later stages of the game. Can get a surprising amount of solo kills top lane, and I think Velox is playing really well. It's a very standard composition.
Taric would have been, you can do weird submarine combinations with an invisible Twitch and a Taric but this Aatrox would make more sense. Oh, we get the Taric! They're doing it! They have the submarine! Sadly, we can't get the Shen to go along with it because it's been banned out, but
that would have been so hype.
What an interesting pick. What's the chance that they could be like a Taric top lane? That's also a thing that I've seen occasionally.
I mean, at the moment, it seems like the worst top laners are top laners. We love junglers in the top lane. Okay.
Oh?
I think 4th wall are feeling pretty good. At the moment. I think 4th wall are feeling pretty good about their chances of taking out Blue Whites.
Oh
Malphite mid. Malphite mid. This is a troll hopper, so what's the action? Come on, Blue Whites.
The Malphite honestly isn't too bad here.
Yeah, I like
Malphite isn't too bad.
It's straight up wombo combo. That's still... Yeah.
This is something that I was going to mention when we had the Jarvan initially locked in. There's a really annoying thing that you can do where if you lock someone in the Cataclysm, you throw out the Miasma, and then they're stuck.
Yeah.
They're not only stuck, they are literally glued down into the Cataclysm. While I would have loved to see the Malphite after the pummeling I got from Turtle Slayer, this makes the most sense composition-wise.
Yes, I genuinely really like this Blue Eyes composition. It's super standard. It's really League of Legends base level. What have you seen?
I was memeing about the Taric top.
No, it is Taric top. I was gonna get there. I was gonna get to the Taric top.
I was memeing.
I didn't trust that Fabio was going to take Taric because Fabio's been so good on those straight up engage supports, which Taric isn't. He can engage, obviously, with that Dazzle, but it's not the main focus of that champion. It's much more about playing the backline, slowing things down. Top lane into the Ornn, I think you have a pretty good lane. The Ornn is always terrifying. You can always get solo killed by an Ornn, but you really don't understand how much damage a Taric does until you face him in a solo lane. Because of that passive, where once you press an ability, your next two auto attacks are empowered and do a ton of extra damage, plus they bring your next abilities to be that much sooner coming up, you can just combo people down, just whacking them down with that mace. It's surprisingly good. I think we could see a bloodbath in the top lane potentially, and then you still get to give that Maokai over to Fabio, which was a brilliant pick for him in the last game.
Well, looks like we brought out the cooking utensils once again. Game 3 is right around the corner as we are trying to see if Fortwall can close out a perfect season against Blue Whites, or if Blue Whites are starting to make another run back at the reverse sweep.
Oh, it's going to be such a hype matchup. I'm so excited for this, genuinely. I think Blue Whites, I have a chance. I like this composition. They just need to play it standard. I don't want anything too crazy in the early game, but also, if Jarvan hasn't ganked twice in the first 5 minutes, you're kind of not playing Jarvan, so it's, again, a lot of pressure onto that jungle position. Can you get things going? Can you move around? Jonas hasn't had the best time so far, but Jarvan's super easy to execute and really strong early game. Get a couple kills, maybe onto your Cassiopeia, maybe onto your Xayah, and you could be great.
There's also a very, very interesting... Oh, the frog has changed. And we're going to return into analysis after this short break. At the nature scenery of Summoner's Rift, we see a deer in its natural environment and Fortwall approaching their own positions around the map.
I'd so watch a nature documentary with Carvis Cast. I love
it. For
it.
those of you who don't know, I used to be a biologist, so I have plenty of biology facts.
So that's your plan after League of Legends. League of Legends into nature documentaries. What a brilliant little show that would be. We were joking behind the scenes about Pomo potentially stepping up and placing that same ward again. It looks like Fortwall not expecting that to be the case. They're not going to have the 5 stack for themselves. Instead, they're just going to 5-point stance. Both of these teams are covering all the entrances. Don't want any shenanigans. And whenever you've got a Twitch on the board, shenanigans can well be afoot.
Shenanigans are already afoot, just due to the fact that we have a Taric top in playoffs for who gets into the finals, Victor. Of course, rocking the pink skin. This used to be a bit more fabulous back in the day when he hadn't gotten his rework yet. It used to be like really bright pink. Like
it's still great though. It's still the best Taric skin.
But yeah. What I was about to mention before we went into nature documentary mode is that we have a really weird dynamic now where if Blue Whites tries to unlock Bolloxa from this top side of the map, you also suddenly have to play against the Taric in a team fight. What is Nurmi doing? He's going there without a support, taking 12 HP damage already. Fabio gets bursted down. There's no more damage to be dealt though. The ED carry is too low to continue.
That's still a huge trade back. Fabiox is now really, really low. We've got both of these supports not having the absolute best time of it. Of course, Sarah can't get those little buffs by playing with each other. It means that the dash is still available, but man, that was a ton of damage. I was slightly worried that Aegis was going to get taken out in that situation. Instead, things are going to stay relatively even. Who gets to level 2 is going to be huge in this bot lane matchup, as we've watched these top laners. Little bit of a wet noodle situation, although to be fair, Ornn turns into an assassin occasionally, so you know, less wet noodle than usual.
So this is one of the cases where my IRL friends are helping me a ton with this matchup because Taric is definitely not a wet noodle up on this top side of the map. He hurts surprisingly hard, being only limited by his mana.
Yeah, he's super, super mana hungry early on, but later on, that gets... Oh, hang on. That's...
Aggressive trade. Almost trying to mana though. Toxie hops away, not trusting his trading. Probably a good idea considering the dot was still ticking. Will be forced to teleport back into lane to catch the crashing wave. Oh, the wave is actually pushing towards Pomo, so he can take a safe recall, force the teleport, and still be ready to catch the wave.
Oh, he is gonna, yeah, teleport himself back in. Yeah, like I said, should be able to blow that teleport back out of Pomo unless he wants to miss out on a massive amount. Indeed, both mid laners gonna go blow those teleports, nothing too surprising there. Yeah, absolutely, like we were saying during the draft, this turret does a surprising amount of damage. Mana really is that big limiting factor. It's super tricky for a target to be able to keep his mana up, because you're constantly, oh, hang on, Toxie, he does have the flash though.
Does have the buffer W as well. Will be easily getting out of that gank, but it was mostly a rotational thing, as Jones wants to get on the top side to grab himself a scuttle as Deletus on the bot side, trying to land even a tiny bit of poke on the Snormi, skillfully dodged away, but the junglers pretty much handshaking the first clear.
Nothing too spicy happening, although we are seeing a little bit of a roam up into this middle lane right here. It looks more just to be able to clear through this wave, give Toxie a potential another recall or a roam if you want it. We've got the Drake and the Grubs spawning in about a minute's time, so getting another recall off right here, even more power onto your mid lane can be huge, because you really want them to be able to roam around to whichever of these objectives the team decides to take. Still, we've had less kills at the beginning of this game than we did for the last couple, so that's a good start. Things a little bit calmer here. Maybe it's not just going to be you shouting at kills for the next 35 minutes. As we've seen in the previous couple, with the Grub spawning, you are in a much stronger position in the early stages as this Jarvan. This is kind of his time to shine. You want to be getting as many ganks off as possible, but Deletus will still do a sneaky amount of damage. Got that blasting wand already, and so you don't really want to come toe-to-toe with this Taliyah in a situation where you don't have guaranteed gap close.
And
Still...
guaranteed gap close coming in. Flash burns from Fabio. Oh, Bobo wants to try and get away. Agents and Yos are there as well. Shielded up. Toxie's taking a ton of damage. Will be first blood going over the Yos. And now in a 2-on-3, Fabio in big trouble. Huge twin fangs burning his entire HP bar. Another combo is all that they need to get a third, but Deletus playing around the cooldowns. Nice sidestep coming out. Will be able to catch the wave without too much risk. Jones just giving him a scare, but a nice turnaround from the blue-whites triple threat.
Super aggressive play right there out of fourth wall. You can tell that they're feeling themselves from the composition that they've built, as well as the way that they're playing this one out. Perfectly happy to just leave Pipey down by himself. Maybe I'll just keep roaming around, and it was a good engage, but the flash was really nice out of Pomo. It was just quick enough to not get bopped back by that Maokai, and then all of a sudden, you're way out of position as Fabio. Toxie also gets taken down, blows the flash as well in a vain attempt to survive. Doesn't manage to do so either, and so all of a sudden, Blue-White's got themselves a good early start. A couple of kills onto your jungle, onto your mid lane, exactly where you'd like that goal to be as of right now. Because they have a really standard composition, getting a couple kills to take you through the early game into the mid game is kind of exactly what you want. Piper gonna get engaged on.
No pull available for Snormi, so it's just a small little trade of HP. Nice catch though. Deletus on the bot side, trying to buy some time for his AD carry to pick up some extra HP, but they surprise the support instead. It gets face checking the brush, not respecting the possibility of Deletus being there.
Man, that is a really nice gank right there out of Deletus, just getting into the correct position to be able to punish a little bit of over-aggression out of Snomi and Eggets. Picking up that kill as well, just gonna get that extra bit of damage onto this Taliyah, exactly where you want it to be able to really fight up against the fact that Blue Whites did get themselves those first couple of kills. It's gonna be a Drake attempt right here. Jonas is here though.
They are here. Snormi is able to go punch there. He stole the dragon! He stole the dragon, and they can still keep fighting. Bobo is here. 1-on-1 against Toxie as Pikey falls inside the pit. The leaders with no mana stuck. Teleport from Volluxa is spent as well to make sure that the turnaround is theirs. And Victor not able to punish at all. Not underneath the tower with the wave. Blue-Whites come out clutch with the steal from Yoke.
Deletus made the decision in that fight to not step away from the Drake and start dealing damage, instead to just try to take the Drake, but smote it and left it on like 60 HP or something like that, and then Jonas managed to get in, take that Drake away, and it's now 3-0-2. I joked about how you gotta get those 2 ganks before 5 minutes in. I think you've done that one even better right here as Jonas. This is an excellent start for this Jarvan, and it's really the linchpin of this composition. You are all about being tanky enough to be able to get into the backline, survive while you put down that Cataclysm, because all of the other pieces of this comp rely on that Cataclysm catching a couple of members. You can get that started off with an Ornholm out of Veloxa, but once you've put that down, it's all about the Jarvan getting this started, getting fish in a barrel so that your Snake Lady and Bird Lady can just shred through them.
And it really feels like Blue Whites have gotten themselves a composition that they're more comfortable with here in this early game. Not giving an early advantage anywhere and playing it defensively. They know that Fourth Wall wants to be aggressive from the first two games. On the bot side, Fabio and Pipey, as they hit these level 6 power spikes, they're gonna turn it up a notch once again.
Just gonna keep this pressure going, and this is what you need for Blue Whites. You've got yourself a composition that scales really well. You've got that scaling beyond the point at which you can get to as Fourth Wall because of those ornaments too. You have to be careful though, obviously. You've got that double ADC on Fourth Wall, so if you get into a team fight where that first couple of kills goes down, you can get pretty well shredded. But another thing to note, both of these teams can have incredibly fast Baron takes, so once we get there, once 20 minutes comes, anybody stepping out of position, getting caught out, absolutely opens up the gates for the other team to pick themselves up a very quick Baron. Any team that's got double ADCs takes it very quickly, and any team with Cassiopeia is just going to shred through it. Same for the Drakes, as well as any Heralds potentially. So these objectives are going to be going very fast, and it means your setup's that much more important. If you're not there beforehand with your vision set up, by the time you walk in, try to establish the vision, it's probably already gone, and you're going to get turned on pretty much immediately.
Speaking of the vision setup, no information on Deletus, and all of the waves being frozen puts the laners of Blue Whites in a pretty awkward spot.
Look at the gap from Toxie. The CS gap is huge.
Indeed. At least for now. With the lane position as it is, he should be able to get at least some safe CS, not being able to be ganked by Jarvan. But, for example, top side, Victor has been holding his own, and there's probably going to be a Weaver's Wall being used towards him as well. No mana for Victor, so despite it's a little bit awkward, but Deletus with the Liandry should be able to deal more than enough damage if he catches Volks out.
He didn't want to, did he? He had the ult. He probably could have taken out Veloxa, but instead just didn't want to pull the trigger, perhaps wasn't aware of where Jonas is. Turns out Jonas is actually down in this bottom side, and Pipey might be getting jumped on.
No flash! He's stuck in the Cataclysm! His support trying his best to save the rat, but instead has to look as Blue White retreat away, zoning him off of all the CS underneath the tower. And we didn't even see, but in mid lane, Bomo used his ultimate, forcing Toxie away once again, making the CS gap stick. And here's Jarvan. He's grounded, comboed up. Looks like Toxie is dead unless there's a miracle. Deletus is on that side of the map, but with the flash, he was able to secure it. And now Deletus hiding away. Doesn't know that Jones is there. A nice chunk of damage, but now Ornn knows Deletus is alone here, down by the sweeper. Weaver's Wall won't be broken, and he escapes barely.
Oh, that was super risky out of Deletus. Has to use that ulti just to be able to survive, get away. Pipey getting jumped on in that bot lane, showing off the power of the Cataclysm. Jonas really hasn't had that impressive of a series, but this is a statement game right now, showing up big time, and there's first times completed on basically everybody from Blue Whites, whereas there's only that Liandry's for the blue list. Super strong early game out of Blue White, something they've not had so far. In all of the other games, they've fallen behind early, maybe they found a couple of kills to try to get back into it, but they've never felt like they're in control of the game. That is absolutely not the case right now. And he's also going to nick away that Raptor too, and just is not letting up the pressure. This is exactly what you need to do. They had the pressure turned up on them in the first two games, and they are putting it back right now. Maybe it's true. Maybe Blue Whites are just at their comfort point, down 0-2 in a best of 5.
And they are able to scare the dragon as well. It's a weird position for Fourth Wall to be in, defending against a Jarvan with first item already completed and a Cassiopeia who's going to be a monster once this Rod of Ages has ticked up in, I think it's 7 minutes? 5 minutes? I can't remember exactly the new Rod of Ages numbers, but what matters is that Toxie is unable to play the game. If he ever commits to a rocket jump, you will get miasma and instantly fucked.
You're just gonna get yourself into a truly terrifying position if you just step out of line even slightly. Jonas has so much range to be able to get on top of you, and then that miasma just can stop you. Deletus. Oh! I was gonna say if he oversnips, then he could just get collapsed on, but no, that's a solo kill on the super fed Jarvan.
And you say that Jonas has a lot of range. Well, guess who does as well? That Talia. Here range is pretty hard to deal with if you're a melee champion, but Victor in a bit of a pickle. Fedor's getting stacked up. He's gonna get chunked down before the ultimate is able to pop. And now, well, Fourth Wall is taking the grubs. Blue White's considering contest this final one, and most of the members already there for Fourth Wall as they're just buying time for Jones to make it back from base. They found Bomber. Need to be careful. Oh, the petrifying gaze already dealing a bunch of damage on the Fabio. Toxie has to jump away. The Maokai ultimate is able to peel at least a little bit for forcing the flash. No more movement abilities left for the mid laner. Toxic falls and Deletus is up next. Even popping the blast cone, sort of being peeled away by the earth. But yeah, Deletus struggling to get away, even ghosting up. Snormi wants this kill and is able to pick it up. Now Pipey looking for a chance to open onto the bot laners. It gets being called out, and Fabio is there. Looks up, trying to CC everyone. They found Bomber, but they don't have any follow-up. They could be overextending into a 3v5. Victor will fall without his ultimate. And I don't know, it feels like Fourth Wall felt a little bit overconfident in that one.
Yeah, they were just going for another fight, despite the fact that you could get a solo kill maybe onto Jonas, but that's about all you're actually able to do. Pomo is the real threat right now. He's doing so much damage. A Rod of Ages, a couple of components completed, doesn't even have a second item, and is already just shredding through. It really is that miasma that's just super strong at the moment. It means that you can't step up in any of these fights because you immediately lose all of your movement abilities, get taken down, and you said it as well. We saw Toxie using the flash, using that rocket jump. Usually that's enough to keep you alive, but when there's so much follow-up, when there's so much chase available to Blue Whites, it doesn't really feel like there's anything you can do. I love the composition that Blue Whites drafted for themselves. I think Fourth Wall, maybe they were cooking a little bit too hard, feeling a little bit too good after smashing Blue Whites in game 1 and 2. Things just not coming up tails for them right now.
It is the Blue White's comfort zone. Again, down 0-2. They go home if they lose a single game. But 12-2 the scoreline going into the 16th minute. It's looking good for them here in this game number 3. As you said, Pommel on a big redemption game. Even finding the leaders here, sidesteps away and slow him down.
Insane.
And he's so tanky, even petrifying gaze onto Toxie. Fabio trying to provide some additional heal, but there's just nothing they can do as Blue Whites march toward them, unfazed by anything Fourth Wall tries to do. Pipey is there to clear the midway, but now he could even be under danger of a dive as Igits looks around the corner. They can't really do anything without Victor, and even forced to pop the ultimate Boluxa on the orange just sees him up. Meanwhile, Black Shawl, is he actually going? He's getting the solo kill. Entirety of the map falling fast for Fourth Wall.
It would take an absolute miracle right now for Blue Whites to throw this game away. They're in such a strong position. Every single bit of the map is falling to pieces. So Victor was such a big part of the win in the last game, and all of a sudden, with this Tarek top, we thought that maybe we liked it. I think he's trying too hard. He's over-aggressive just to try to get something going because the rest of the map just is not working. The only 2 kills of the game so far are on Deletus, but he does not do enough damage. And like you said, the Rod of Ages making Pomo so tanky now has got the slows as well coming through from that Rylai's. You can't get away at this point. Once Pomo opens up onto you, you are just dead. We'll see them. Jonas just going to take onto this Hextech Drake as well. That's going to be sole point at 17.5 minutes. This game is a complete slaughter, possibly of even more epic proportions than the ones that we saw in game 1 and 2.
If this is that type of a roller coaster where again, blue-white somehow start to make the comeback, we still have to consider the follow-up games where Fourth Wall will get the side selection. Fourth Wall may go back to their original strategies, maybe play around the Ivy, maybe play around the regular old Jinx hypercarry strategy that they showed us in game 2. But as you said, blue-white's looking strong going into this game 3. And Victor, again, is not even out of position. They're trying to find Snurmi.
He has the ult though.
Has the ult, able to escape for now, but the damage is there. Snurmi will die, but the shutdown going over to Fabio. And wait, what is Yos doing? Yos was looking to catch Pipey in the mid lane. It's a really awkwardly split map.
Really is. You've got half of the team up one side, half of the other team down the other side of the map, but everybody else is going to be able to just about get themselves away. Toxie is underneath this turret. Not that I think that's going to save him, particularly from the dive that's coming his way.
Here's the Miasma, here's the CC, and here's a dead Tristana. Even with the teleport from Victor, not much he can do. Here, a perfectly layered CC combination. I think it's just going to come down to the Baron in a minute also that blue-whites can play towards, unless they find Fabio wandering around his own jungle. This time, not more DPS provided by anyone, so Deletus and friends can try to collapse onto this. They may have overextended. Teleport coming in from Boluxa, but he finds himself in the middle of 4 Oracle ultimate use. He misses him! He misses the Oracle ultimate. It may not matter. Combo still hitting. CC down by Pipey. Pipey is doing so much damage. Deletus jumping in as well. More of the carry's gone from blue-white. Stormy now finally makes his way here. Is that going to be enough? Boluxa's HP bar so low. Victor's shielding and healing to the best of his abilities, but Stormy's walking forward, trying to take down the rest of Fourth Wall. Many shutdowns were given over, but blue-white still. They don't come out victorious after all, as Deletus with the fadeaway rock toss secures the last kill.
Oh my lord, that was such a good team fight for Fourth Wall. I don't care that they lost a ton of members too. With the state of the map, with the state of the game right now, how far behind they were in gold at that point, that should have been an easy wipe for blue-whites. They turn around, go get Baron, end this game. But the fact that it did not work out like that is just huge. Deletus is the main carry right now, but still, Toxie and Piper were able to do a decent amount, and Sir Victor just stood on top of Pomo and just beat him to death slowly. I mean, we talked about how much damage the turret can do. It's not that much when you're up against a Cassiopeia who can shred. When you've got that ultimate down, you're invulnerable, it doesn't matter. Just slowly stood there, made sure that Pomo wasn't able to dump the damage like the Cassiopeia really wants to. And I think it's indicative of where the teamfight happened. It was in a really tight corridor, which is exactly what Fourth Wall wanted. He gets... Oh, he checks the brush, otherwise that was going to be... Wait, what?
They want to go for this. Jones is there to follow up with, and the rest of blue-whites are in close proximity. They just have to survive for now. Legets has to go away from Jones, but he's way too tanky for Toxie and Fabio to take down. Double kill, and here's Pomo and Snurmi. The Maokai won't be long for this world. Finally dies, and blue-whites may just go for Baron.
Yeah, it'd be silly not to, and that's a big issue right there. I was a little bit questioning why Aegis was still going to step up to that brush, but not particularly worried about the carries that were there, and unfortunately Deletus got caught in that baby cage, wasn't able to get away. The Jarvan just going to put you down, and then there's nothing more that Fourth Wall can do. Once that clear is down, that's all of your damage pretty much just gone. So Victor wasn't there to give you the invulnerability either. I think this is part of what the issue with the Taric is. Taric from behind is way worse than Taric from ahead, because when you're ahead, you know you're going to engage. You go, right, we're about to engage, pop the ult, 2.5 seconds later, let's go. When you're behind, you're popping that ult super late, once you've already been engaged upon, once you've already lost a ton of your HP, and it just doesn't work quite so well. We saw it to good effect in that previous team fight.
Oh no!
What?
It's a Toxie! Where are you going? Right into the hands of blue-white! They wanted to get the fast way to the dragon, instead they get the fast way to the green screen. 2 quick kills included the jungler. This should be an easy dragon take.
That's just so. You've just given... What did I just witness? I am baffled.
It's gonna keep going. Victor's just completely stuck in the Rylai slow. Sure, he goes invulnerable for a moment, but even with the heals, it's not even nearly enough to keep him alive against an Bomber. Jonas is left to his own devices as he secures the soul. Eventually, it's the Hextech soul. We didn't even mention it. If the game wasn't over enough, it's just gotten a whole lot harder. The leaders can try to pick off Bomber here, but Fabio's already dead. Even with the Reaver's Wall blocking, Surmi and Eggets can make it into the fight. Double kill to Bomber. Toxi and Pipe, the only ones left to defend the bottom inhibitor tower as Jones joins the push. 30-second death time is onto the jungler, and we are approaching another possibility for a blue-white reverse sweep if they can close out this game 3. Everyone has respawned. They're looking for Toxi, able to hop away, and they've got Bomber and Snormi able to still kill most of the members from Bomber. We're pushing ahead. Mikey's still gone on top of the flat. With the feather pole, Snormi gets the kill. They have the Baron empowered minions. Only the lead is up in 5 seconds. Just one more Nexus tower left. And I think it should be game over unless the leaders can work some sort of a miracle play. They want to pad their KDA a bit for the mental advantage, but it looks like blue-white are trying to go for a repeat reverse sweep.
The first time this year that blue-whites managed to beat fourth wall. And what a fashion to do it in. That was complete and utter domination. Garvis, that was 41 kills in 25 minutes.
You gotta give the opponents here a bit of their own medicine after a situation like game 2. But yeah, looks like it actually is true. 0-2 down is the blue-white's comfort zone, and they secure themselves a very confident win. What do you think was the key here?
I think there's a two-faceted approach to what worked here. On the one hand, I really love that composition that was drafted out of blue whites. It's so boring. It's so standard. You've got your tank in the top lane. You've got an engaged support. You've got yourself a jungler that can gank. Your AP's in the mid lane. Your AD's in the bot lane. Bob's your uncle. It's boring. I love it. I adore this style, and I think more teams would do better if they just chilled out and played the most boring standard version of League of Legends. Leave the cooking to the best of the best. There's a reason that what's good is good. The other side to it, which I think is unfortunate when I want to just be heaping praises on Blue Whites for that game, is that draft out of fourth wall was something, and it wasn't something good. There were ways in which maybe it can work, but the second that you lost a couple of those kills and you let the Jarvan get his early ganks going and just pop off, you didn't have any way to get your two hyper-scaling carries into the later stages of the game. You are so reliant on having your Tristana and your Twitch actually be able to do things and using all of those tools around them to actually get them ahead. It really looked like Deletus was doing his absolute best to get something working in that game, but it was not good. And if I'm praising how standard the composition out of Blue Whites was, the cooking was terrible out of fourth wall. It did not work, and the execution, they just were going for fights that were never going to work out for them. We saw that Hexgate that, okay, fine, sure, and that combination of the throw and the brilliant catch from Blue Whites led to what was a complete domination, which I feel like I've said a lot of times, but it's been very apt for a lot of these games.
Yeah, this has not been a very balanced series when it comes to individual games. Everyone's dominating in some shape or form, and we'll get to see if that continues as we head into game 4 after a short break. Welcome back to NLC Division 2 playoffs, where we are in a precarious position where Blue Whites have officially broken their loss streak against Fourth Wall and are trying to look for yet another reverse sweep.
They've already done it. They did it versus Garden Gaming, and to be fair, in those first couple games, they didn't look so hot versus Garden Gaming, and then they kind of turned it back on. The thing is, I don't know how much of these games have the ability to be back and forth. We've not seen a back and forth game yet during this series. They have just been complete Goomba stomps either way. So I feel like you get to just watch the first 5 minutes of the game. Whichever team's winning probably is going to snowball it through. It'd be great to see a really good back and forth game. Even if we don't end up going to the full reverse sweep all the way to 5 games, I want to see a back and forth game where both of these teams show up in a really interesting and good way.
Yeah, and as we were talking a little bit during the break, standard compositions is what we would expect from here on out. So we may have a little bit more balanced outcomes when it comes to early game trades, maybe mid game objective trades as well. But the ones on the red side, which provides the most unorthodox pick capabilities, are Fourth Wall, most likely going to be on the red side for the rest of the series, because apparently red side is the thing that we do now. I didn't know how these teams work. But yeah, we don't really know what to expect from Fourth Wall, considering how they changed their game plan 3 times in a row.
Yeah, they seem to just roll a dice, whatever it comes up. Then we've got a composition on that side of it. We've seen some really aggressive, all-in compositions. We've seen a comp that was a lot more looking to play through a lot of different stages of the game. This most recent one's super standard, everything exactly where you expect it to be, worked really well. I loved that Cassiopeia and Jarvan combo specifically. I could see that being a definite ban. We've not seen any differences in the bans so far out of Fourth Wall. They've banned out the exact same things. They've not really needed to change anything up. I think they might need to. That Jarvan was super strong, and that Cassiopeia finally made Pomo look like himself. Pomo's a really good player. I absolutely love watching Pomo play, but that Yone was a particular low point. There's nothing could get going from that early kill in the brush to just not being able to kill the Zac in a 1v3 situation. It didn't work out. That Cassiopeia, though, was incredibly impressive, but I don't know how strong it's going to be if it's not paired up with the Jarvan specifically. That combo of those two together, super, super strong, could really make it work. And you also said, hey, Zaya's not that strong at the moment, but alongside the Rakan, I don't think there were any issues with it.
No, there were no issues considering how the laning phase went, even taking the early bad trade onto the... I think it was something like the Rakan wasn't there in time, but they still somehow managed to turn it around just to the inherent synergies between those. And I think that's the key two words, inherent synergies between champions in that Blue White's draft. We're gonna try and see if Blue Whites can
What did I do?
like that up once again.
It's gonna be pretty tricky to pull out quite as good a performance as they did in the last game again, but crazier things have happened, and it would be very Blue Whites to take us to a game 5 after having lost the first 2. Fourth wall, that last conflict was cooking quite a lot. Maybe they just need to step back, pick up their standard. I mean, even in game 1, they played something that was quite out of the box for them, and it really did end up working out. Game 2, they played their normal composition, so they can move around a little bit, but maybe turret top was just a tad too far. I did like the Talia mid a lot more than I liked it in Delita's hands, despite the fact Delita still did really well. And that's not different bands.
No, those are not different bands. So now Blue Whites, what do they want to pick up for themselves? Do they want to take away... Oh, they're going back to the Sen.
Hey. We saw Senna Varus previously, and it did not have a particularly good time in the laning phase. Got taken out by that Nautilus pickup, and yeah, I mean, it's so good. The Senna, we're shocked, aren't we? We are truly jaws on the floor for this one. It just means that the Senna has to play super far back, because the second you get hooked, you're just going to get taken out.
Oh.
It's again. Same thing again.
It looks like Fourth Wall may have found confidence in playing the Karthus. I've been wondering why they haven't been picking, because ever since I saw the roster of Fourth Wall, Hypey is known for 3 picks. That's the Draven, that's the Twitch, and that's the Karthus. And they only solve target bans into the Draven. And this is the first time we see the Karthus being brought out properly. Blue Whites, though, keeping the comfort, Jarvan off in.
I really enjoyed Babiox's play on the Maokai, but I think that I enjoyed his play on the Nautilus a lot more, and alongside that Karthus, it seemed super strong. The first 3 kills that ended up going down to Blue Whites were kills onto the Karthus, where he continued to deal damage and get kills after death, like you would expect. We're going to see Veloxa go back towards this Zac as well. I really like the Zac Jarvan combo. It gives you a brilliant front line that can engage really easily, and you don't get caught out very often when you've got these two. They can get away pretty well. I think also taking the Zac takes it away from Victor potentially, which is another strength. Victor was super good on that Zac, so I like what Blue Whites are putting down, but still, Fourth Wall, do they just want to go for the same thing that they had in that game 1? Because it did work out. No, that's way more aggressive at the top lane.
Yeah, Victor, I think this has been his main carry champion for the entire season. Usually stuck on these utility-style champions that, of course, he can man-fight with as well, but Aatrox, he has put out multiple carry performances and will try to skill check his opponent if he gets a favorable matchup. And surprising no one, the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, nobody wants to see Puma play that again other than Blue Whites fans, so you know, Finland wants to see him play that again, but everybody else, yeah, not going to be so happy about that one. I like the ban, take it away, it works so well with the Jarvan. I think it also works really well with the Zac, so getting rid of that one makes a lot of sense. We'll see if there's going to be a lot more bans onto the mid lane right now, considering we really don't have any of our mid lane champions. I don't think Karthus has actually been played mid lane in years? How many years? 6, 7 years at this point since I've actually seen a Karthus mid.
Unless your name is Veigar V2, I don't think anyone really plays it.
No, it's no longer a mid lane champion. Again, we're going to see this Kindred being taken off of the board. I'd quite like to see some further bans towards the mid lane. Orianna, you've left things open, like the potential of a Syndra. We had the Nico hover, and to be honest, in this kind of composition where you've got a potential for a wombo combo, I could still see the Nico being particularly strong.
But then they would just be lacking consistency, which is my main point. The Ari also getting banned out from Toxic. What's left? Of course, the Nico, as you mentioned, I could see for Fourth Wall, actually, who have some additional DPS from the Aatrox and the possibility of another carry-style champions, let's say a Diego from Deletus.
Is it the Ivan that you want to see as the last one? Is that what you want to say for the last pickup, a potential?
I think this may be setting up for an Ivan angle if they see it. If they get a good mid lane matchup, but Blue White still has a couple of good picks that they could go for.
Annie,
it's just,
potentially?
again, Annie would
It's
be
not the
nice. it's not consistent DPS.
Yeah.
So first they need to figure out what. Okay, Karma. So they need a.
Okay.
They picked Karma here. It's either a carry Senna or.
Karma top. No, not Karma top.
No, it's
Karma alongside the Senna.
The Swain would. It could be Senna, Swain carry down on the bot side as
Swain
well.
carry down the bot side as well. You're
And
absolutely right.
Fourth wall is very short range, so this Swain can be a menace to deal with.
Really, really can be. Let's see. Is it going to be the Ivan into the mid lane? It's going to be the Kiana hover, like we're always seeing out of both of these mid laners. But the Ivan, to be honest, it makes sense. You've got 3 other damage carries. You would like a little bit more support potentially in the mid lane. This would be much more standard.
Oh, Toxi and Ivia. It's not been banned out, and it will be locked in as there are 5. Toxi committing to his used to be his unique pick here in the NLC until it was picked against him by Sumi in their previous set against Rich Gang. And yeah, I like the Nivea pick here, honestly. It kind of turns the Cataclysm against the Whites themselves, and they don't have the range either until Snormi gets enough souls. But Eggets will be piloting the Swain, as we expect.
Is going to be the Swain down into that bottom side. Should be farming, leave the center more in that supportive role, but to be honest, you could play this lane in both ways. And I think that more than anything, like you said, that ult out the Anivia, awesome on top of the Jarvan, but the wall is also going to be huge. The Swain just wants to walk at you. The Karma also just wants to walk at you. Obviously, a Jarvan and a Zac can go leaping in, but once they've used those abilities, then being able to just chuck down the wall and stop them in their tracks, that's a pretty good way to be able to turn a team fight around. So I do really like this Anivia as well, and it's the level of consistent DPS that we were really looking for. I quite like this pickup. 2 super short range compositions. That kind of tells me that we're in for a brawl, because if you have to get right on top of your opponents to play the game, well, I mean, what else are you meant to do, right?
It's still going to be a bit more quiet on blue-white side until they get the first and second item power spikes. That's where the Karma and Swain really start to kick in, and you're able to fight around the dragon area. For example, you have the Rylai on the Swain, you have the Malignance on the Karma, so you just really power through anything that the enemy are throwing at you. It's just that if you look at Fourth Wall's team composition, they can bully people in lane. Like Anivia, surprisingly strong. If you land the double Q into E, that's double damage all of a sudden. Against the short range, sorry, not short range character, against the immobile character like Karma, who doesn't have a dash to escape possible wall setup with, it can hurt quite a bit.
Really can do, and this series so far has been dictated by who gets the early kills. We've not seen back and forth. We've seen one team get a couple of kills and just roll through the game. There's been 1 or 2 moments where they've been threatened, but nothing significant. So having a composition full of carries that can get those early kills is great for the way that the series has gone. If you can get those early kills and just roll through this one, perfect. You get to move on. The winner of this goes on to face Rich Gang. They're a terrifying opponent to come up against, but I feel like both of these teams are really, stretching their muscles, sharpening up their swords versus each other, because this one has been a complete scrapper both ways.
And now that you brought up Rich Gang, let's talk about them a little bit as we're dealing with a small pause in game. Neither of these teams have faced off against Rich Gang yet, while Aurelion has been enabled in playoffs. Before, when we saw Fourth Wall play against them, 3 mage bans, +1 from the ASOL, and they still lost. So whoever's going up against them after this series is facing a major challenge.
Yeah, they really are going to. We've seen how Fourth Wall managed to dominate Blue Whites in that first matchup they had versus each other, and then just went on to get pummeled as well by Rich Gang. Rich Gang really feeling like the final boss of this entire tournament, but still, between Fourth Wall and Blue Whites, I think whoever we send is going to give Rich Gang a little bit of run for their money. Definitely going to be able to stand up and put on a show. Fourth Wall right now, obviously in control, they've got 2-1. They're in a strong position. But with this game, the compositions, neither of these compositions scream to me that they're just going to be able to dominate the other one. I absolutely loved Blue White's composition in the last game. Both of these comps, I think, have some good elements, some places where I think they could have a few issues.
Yeah, and again, lane phase is going to play a very big role once again, where you have the Nautilus Karthus, who, if they get ahead, similar to, I'm getting mixed up by the games. We had a game with Karthus earlier. if you can get a couple of early kills, suddenly you can match the DPS. And looks like we are ready to head into game 4 to see if the Carthus can stay. A wildlife camera this time around, just seeing the bird, and I guess both teams have birds. Swain has the crows with him.
Very bird-heavy game at this point. I think, like you said, Anivia, Swain. Hang on. This, fourth, we're gonna try some crazy shenanigans again. It can't work twice, surely. Surely it can't work twice.
I think the main thing is they're trying to burn Pomo's flash just like this. I was ready for the jump scare. Seems like Pomo was as well.
I was very, very scared for Pomo's life just then. Yeah, he was gonna be willing to know that that was happening at least, and blowing his flash early is pretty huge. You're coming up against a very strong ganking jungler in that Viego, and so you need to be super careful to not get ganked within the next 5 minutes and lose out massively. Still, you did also get the flash off of Fabio. Obviously, he's got himself that Hex Flash, so that is not going to be the end of the world, but that is a pretty big engage tool that can be massive in changing the landscape of this bot lane. Gone. That's at least something. You like that, but you'd really like a flash on the mid laner, right?
Yeah, of course. It's a two-pronged sword, as you kind of already touched upon. Jarvan can easily punish missing flash from Fabio down on the bot side as well if they can get an early gank down there. Maybe Pipey and Fabio push their advantage a little bit too hard and shove the wave in just like this. They land on the hook on the Snurmi, which is a bunch of damage, but already flapping back. Nice sidestep, but still eats a bunch of damage. And this sets up for another aggressive play. Snurmi sidestep City, able to... They get the hook down. Fabio's so low and no flash. It's just first blood already for the Blue-White's bot lane. Losing the flash in a Karthus lane may not have been worth it.
See, you say that, but at the same time, it was all aggression on Fabio. It's not like he decided to play safe, sit back, wanted that early aggression. It worked out for them in game 1 when they had this combo in the bot lane too. But the difference is you've got a Swain up against you. It's not the Varus. Varus and Senna is really squishy. If you can get on top of them, you can just kill them immediately. Whereas Eggets is going to be able to deal so much more, have so much more CC to lay down already on this Swain. And kind of makes Fabio look a little bit silly for stepping up without his flash.
Fabio, level 1, already roaming up to the mid lane. Delete is there as well. Pommel probably smells something is happening. Picks flash channel, the roots doesn't hit, but the flash W, can Pommel keep himself alive? There's just not enough damage from fourth wall, and now jungler without flash, and Karthus stuck underneath his tower, just so many resources burnt, and nothing gained for fourth wall.
If Pomo insults somebody's mother, I mean, they are all over him in this series. That's going to be 2 people ganking him. The fact that Pomo's able to survive, despite the fact that that flash had already been blown in the first couple of minutes of the game, is absolutely insane. Huge, huge play to be able to keep yourself alive there. And this could be a potential gank at the bot lane. Jones is going to get behind.
Root onto Pipey. Has to flash the Flag and Drag eventually, just saving the summoner, because if he uses it, there will be a follow-up coming his way, and a clean punish once again onto the crashing wave from Blue Whites. This Jarvan feels like it is the key for proactivity.
Really is such a good early game ganking jungler, and you can just get all around the map so quickly. The clear speed is pretty good, and then just that Flag and Drag. Once you've got yourself that ultimate with the Cataclysm, you are in a much stronger position, but you're still no slouch in the early stages of the game. Falling behind isn't even devastating for this champion because you give so much to your team in terms of CC and tankiness, and Deletus might be about to get caught out right now.
Yeah, on the 2v2, Bomber and Jones are fighting against Toxi and Deletus they're just winning straight up. Toxi missed everything, and now Deletus without his flash could be in big trouble. The cooldowns are coming in, and just needs one more mantra Q and a kill over to Bomber. A very strong start in the early game once again for Blue Whites.
Blue Whites, they love being 2-0 down in a best of 5. It's their comfort point, and it feels like they've just put themselves in such a ridiculously strong position already. Obviously, the logo's at the top of the screen the wrong way round. I would just like to note that one. Blue Whites are definitely on the blue side.
Also,
But
Blue Whites have turned into flash wolves for some reason.
they have, which is quite enjoyable. As Toxic just said.
No, he
Oh, okay,
loses his
he
egg.
has it. Oh, I wasn't sure if he had his egg still, if he'd lost it in some of these fights. Turns out it was still available, but that is now leaving Toxie incredibly vulnerable. Could be a potential for a gank. Pomo actually going to be able to spot out onto Deletus. And all of these lanes are looking pretty rough. That being said, this composition does scale really well. The Aatrox, once he gets involved in the team fights, can be absolutely huge. And you only really need that first kill for Deletus to really turn around one of these fights. But you do lack that ADC to just deal big damage to a tank. So the Zac is going to live forever, especially with all the shields you're going to get from your Karma.
They are heavily relying on Victor to blow people up, as he will most likely be going the lethality Aatrox way. There will be a ton of magic resistance on every single member of Blue Whites, and Fabio, speaking of resistances, he has almost none. Still level 3, incredibly
No items.
comes to these trades. No items either. Yeah, he hasn't managed to recall with a nice base timing. So now Pipe is just stuck trying to CS whatever he can as he gets poked down by the Swain center lane.
Bot lane just falling to pieces, and the Karthus, it looks so good in game 1. Really not finding that same level of priority. I think this Jarvan is going to end up being put on the ban cards if we do go to a game 5. We're going to see the top laners finally begin to fight each other. So Victor and Velox are going to be able to keep themselves alive with a lot of healing. Still, at the moment, it looks like Velox with the Zac going to be coming out on top of that one. We've got both the Grubs and that first Drake spawned up already. And with the strong position that Blue Whites are in, it's likely that they're going to be able to take their pick of these objectives. And it looks like Jonas is going to be around this Drake, potentially wants to pick that one up for himself and his team.
They also are working towards the top side of the map of fourth wall. If Veloxa isn't careful, the Deletus gank could turn lethal. Already fearing up the entire minion wave, Veloxa will be going into his passive unless he heals enough, dealing so much damage! Deletus goes low, but they should be able to finish off the kill. Just don't take too many of the minions. Deletus, if he gets the level up, won't be in any trouble at all. This does give Blue West a chance to take the dragon.
Dragon going to be nice and easily picked up right there, but still you're going to be pretty happy as Deletus to be able to pick yourself up that kill. I really do think that this jungler needs to get rolling. In game 1 he was absolutely carry on that insane Rengar performance, and also had a really good showing in game 2 on this very pick for Diego. Diego's super strong if you can get him rolling in the early stages, and getting that initial death was not a good start. Still though, that kill gonna turn around the fortunes a bit. Jonas is gonna go on to this blue, but is getting collapsed upon from a lot of angles.
And Jones needs to be careful, but Fabio is there with his flash up if he wants to continue this. He'd love to steal away this blue buff and deny some resources away from fourth wall, but it is looking a little bit risky. It gets a Snormi approaching though. Ultimate available for the Swain. And now, yeah, with Toxin base, they don't have the manpower to fight against this, and the blue buff successfully stolen away.
It's obviously not the end of the world for a Viego. You're not reliant on that mana. It's not gonna completely wreck your game. Still not great though. Really don't want to have camp stolen away from you at this point. It could be the beginning of a bit of a lead being brought up for Jones. Grub's still available, and it's very rare that we see a top lane gank go down, successful kill, and then you don't turn it straight into the Grubs at this point. They're obviously not the same level of priority that they were when we first got into this new patch, had the Grubs introduced to us. Junglers have realized they're not the be-all and end-all, but still, the fact that the Drake went down and there wasn't a response from Deletus does mean Jones can now try to fight around these Grubs if he wants to, and with all of his topside camps up and available, he's definitely going to be in the area to at least contest.
Still, on this bot side of the map, another big root landing, and Pipe Fabio, uncharacteristically, haven't been able to really match up the aggression after that level 1 wow, English is not really working. It's a failure. It's there's a word for it, like a plunder.
Blunder. With a
Blunder, there we go. Didn't find the first letter. What Deletus finds is Jones taking up the scuttle, though. No interruption from Toxie. And it looks like this will be going uncontested as my producer is singing in my ear.
Oh, I love hearing the humming. It is absolutely excellent. As yeah, it seems like Delete's just going to be able to step up onto this set of grubs, pick it up nice and easily, and despite the fact that the early game went pretty badly for fourth wall, it feels like they've stabilized pretty effectively. They're not as far behind as they were originally. That kill onto Deletus has just put him in a much more stable position to be able to actually step up to Jones and not constantly have to worry about it.
And this is kind of what I was suspecting going into game 4, where we will have a moment of quiet. No more 3 kills per minute style gameplay. We do need the first and second items for both teams to be able to contest anything. The spot side, though, could get dove upon if blue-white's landing up. Oh, they commit to it! And Fabio didn't know what he was committing to! Jones was waiting this entire time! Dawning Shadow used providing additional shields and tower, dealing a bunch of damage to Jones. Higgins doesn't care about that. He wants to continue. He's gonna secure them a triple kill. Rick by him may not even be enough as the Swain R heals him up.
Wow, the fact that they don't get anything back for that one, it's super unfortunate right there for Fabio. He'd been having such a good series, but just did not know where Jones was. And I don't think you can try and make that play if you don't know where the jungler is. He's ending up right in that brush, and kills going over 4-0-1 at this point for Zermi. But at this point, it honestly feels like the Swain that's the one that's really carrying this one through. The healing, damage, the slows as well that are going to be coming down. Should be that Rylai's being completed first, and that's going to be a huge buff to an already strong team. Is Victor going to die for this?
Looks up,
wow.
Doesn't have his passive. Victor cleans up a clean solo kill underneath the tower, even forcing the ultimate burn without really getting anything out of it. And this is the Aatrox I was expecting to see.
Yeah, that's going to become a problem, and once we get into these team fights, sure, the Zack's always going to be tanky and annoying in the backline, but if you've got a strong Aatrox, that's a place that you can play around. Senna is not a particularly mobile champion. If you can get on top of the Senna, sure, she's going to be able to kill you pretty quickly, but the amount of healing, the amount of CC that an Aatrox has can deal with an immobile carry pretty effectively. Deletus has managed to sneak his way into the bot side. I think he might have been spotted out, though. Yeah, he's just going to have to turn around and walk away. Now going to be spotted as he moves up onto this Scuttle Crab, and there are multiple members making their way down towards this bottom side as the next Drake does spawn. It's going to be an individual Hex Drake. It's one of the strongest ones to pick up as a single.
And blue-white's already committing towards Sid. Delete is claiming the opposite way, so won't be there to provide any assistance to his team if they so wish to contest. Instead, looking towards the top side of the map, maybe even setting up for some sort of a dive onto the Zack. Not sure if they have the damage potential just yet for it, since Victor hasn't landed any cover. But he's at least going to be able to take a Gromp cover.
And he's in position to have a look at these next set of grubs when they do spawn. There was one taken away by Blue White, so there only is a possibility of 5 if you get all of them so far. For Blue Whites, can he get a gank onto Pomo? It's really hard to gank onto Akama. She's super mobile, has a great ability to just get away. That's a good wall!
Pomo forced to burn the flash. Incredibly played by Toxic, but got time. We have an engagement. They're going on to Egghead, but this is a Swain who's constantly healing. Victor doesn't have the damage. Up him, straight up. 2 kills already gone over to Blue White. Finally take the Swain down with the require him going forwards. Zack goes into passive, and Deletus has the resets going. Will be able to take down Jones as well, and that is a clean wipe and a triple kill for Deletus.
Yeah, Deletus finally going to find himself a good gank. It took everybody around and multiple people dying for both teams. We did get to see it, though. Once the Victor was able to get to the backline with this Aatrox, healed, survived for so long. It's also going to have that Ravenous Hydra completed as well. No.
Propane.
Profane, the other one. Profane Hydra completed as well, and also is going to pick himself up an Executioner's, and so is going to be able to cut down on that healing that Egetz is doing, because that seems to be the main issue at the moment. Everybody else short is dealing damage, a lot of CC, some tankiness, but Egetz, especially with that Rylai's completed, is so difficult to either get in onto or get away from, and he just heals any damage you seem to deal to him.
I wouldn't be surprised if they get a secondary healing reduction item, since there's so much healing on this blue team composition. There's Senna, there's Swain, even Zac heals a ton, Karma Man for W is an annoying ability to deal with. They do need the healing reduction constantly applied to most members on blue-whites if they want to win an extended fight. They may not need an extended fight though if they just force their way through with the Herald.
Just put where you want to put this Herald down. I could imagine mid lane would be good to be able to really unlock Toxie, just kind of roam around and get involved in as many of these different fights as possible. You could also just put it top lane, really unlock Sir Victor, give him a little bit of extra gold as well. So we can see a little bit of a roaming ward put down right here. Adesumi trying to get himself vision for his team. Still 2.5 minutes until the next Drake, so it's not really warding for Drake, just trying to get enough vision so that your team can push up and threaten onto this mid lane tower. First items are coming through for the majority of these carries. It is going to be a Rod of Ages for Toxie and a Malignance right there for Pomo. So Pomo just looking to constantly have that mantra up, be able to use it as often as possible. All of these items very standard though.
Yeah, nothing particularly odd in our game, or other than the slight advantage from the Senna Swain side. Two casters battling it out. Deletus steals away the Grok. Now hits level 11 as Pommel getting chunked down by Toxic. This Anivia can be a lane bully even in the later stages of the game. If you are not playing around the Anivia, she will take over a lane just like this and keep it permanently pushed in, providing so much priority on that side lane. But Blue Eyes doesn't seem to care. They just want to take down this mid lane tower.
Just going to keep on pushing forwards. Pipey is going to get there, should be able to clear this wave pretty quickly. Still, the tower will end up falling, although Sumi...
They want to fight this. Nurmi has been called out, and Egetz, just forced to retreat. He has his ultimate burning constantly, so he won't get chased down just yet. Ghost popped as well, but meanwhile on the bot side, Toxie has been caught out by the Jarvan, standing in the Glacial Storm, but it won't matter as the egg won't be enough to save his life, I assume. And the Q lands, and the bird gets taken down. But mid lane, they have the Herald to push.
Yeah, this Herald going to be popped down right here for 4-4, and they're just going to be able to keep on pushing forwards. It's not the end of the world to lose out onto your mid lane. Oh,
they got it! Also, they can fight this Jarvan's on the flank. Teleport being channeled by Zac. It's a 3-on-4 flank, although Viego rotating away. Botwell has been caught out, and Karth is already taken down. Blue Whites found the angle to punish the aggressive play with once again, just as the dragon is spawning in 15 seconds. Good timing, and they have vision of Deletus. They want to chase down this Viego.
See if Deletus is going to be able to get away. He does not have a flash. Oh, he's so sneaky. Uses the ult, just about going to be able to survive that one. But blowing the ult is going to be huge. And without your jungler in the area with multiple people dead, this is going to be an easy take onto the Drake. That is going to be soul point already for Blue Eyes.
And again, Cloud Cell, not the most impactful one. If we weren't talking about Karma Swain, who really love this soul. It also provides total movement speed that Deletus doesn't have. If he's gonna get taken down, it gets flashing forward. He's a Swain. He does not care. He's in the middle of everyone, just keeps on healing. The reason is there. Deletus trying to survive the best he can, but Jones keeps on getting proc after proc of the Sundered Sky, staying alive. And 4-for-1 for Blue White.
You only managed to get the support, and this Swain is such a problem at the moment. Able to survive for so long. Now is going to have himself a Zhonya's as well, as if it wasn't already hard enough to be able to get through. And without Sir Victor in these team fights, it feels like there's nothing 4-4 can do. When Sir Victor is there, the healing and the damage that this Aatrox is able to provide is so much. Also having all of that extra anti-heal too. There is an Oblivion Orb, at least on Pipey, but it just didn't feel like enough. That Requiem, it seemed like it was going to be able to kill Jones, but just was able to survive, healing so much off of the Sun Sky. Now you've got yourself Asterix as well, so these teamfights just going to get harder and harder to play.
I missed it a little bit, but the Oblivion Orb may have even been bought after the team.
Yeah, I think it was bought after. This is them going, oh no, if we don't have Sir Victor here, we just lose. We need some level of anti-hero.
And is it too late? Is the main question, as Blue-White's clearing the Scuttle and the Vision out of the Baron area. They are lacking the insane DPS that the regular carries or Karthus usually provide. They don't have anything like a Azir or Cassiopeia either, so any Baron setup would have to be set up by either a pick or a turnaround possibility with proper deep vision that they don't yet have. Instead, they choose to set up the mid lane and the side lane to be as safe as possible to keep Victor locked down.
Yeah, all these lanes are just getting pushed through very effectively by Blue Whites. They're getting themselves a ton of space to be able to play around in almost all of these situations. And if they can just keep this up, if they can just keep this pressure going, Fortwall don't really have the sort of composition that can completely turn it around. Although slightly worried Deletus was going to get himself caught there, was just able to get away, constantly using the arrow path to just keep himself out of harm's way. But he keeps skirting around, playing with fire, and the pick onto the jungler is definitely the way that you can start up the Baron for Blue Whites.
Not without danger though, as Blue Whites a little bit separated. Stormy, even with the Edge of Night, could get picked off by two approaching members like Fabio and Deletus, providing way more than one source of CC. Main issue for them though is that Fourth Wall scaling up quite well, and they don't have an objective on the map to play it.
No, they really don't. So Victor's just going to go for this tower, can just take it in the face of Voxer. There's not really anything that the Zag can do in this situation, and Victor continues to be a real bright spark right now for the team. He's in a pretty strong position, going to be basing through. Interesting to see what the next item he wants to go towards is. I can imagine it's just more damage, more healing, more damage. Just keep up the tempo, because an Aatrox into the backline, that's a way that you can play a fight and pick yourselves up a win. With the Baron up, any pick is going to be huge, like you said, and it feels like we've entered a really tense moment. It is absolutely correct. Everybody is getting towards those second, third items already. This game has gone pretty quickly, 22 minutes in, and in the previous games, it's been over. We've known who's going to win those ones. This one's super back and forth, just like we wanted.
And don't let the scoreline fool you. Even though it is 16-8, it's only a little under 3k gold lead for Blue Whites, which is mostly, I assume, on the Senna Swain, which shouldn't really affect. Yeah, okay, it's almost entirely on the Swain, actually. Shouldn't result in a change in a team fight if it is equally positioned. It'll all be up to execution from there on out. What is a problem for Fourth Wall though is if they give the soul over. Snormi separated, could get caught out by Deletus. No ultimate burn yet, but he wants to get the kill. Victor stands with the world in there as well. Requirement, not enough damage, and Jones wants to keep this fight going. Deletus locked up in the Cataclysm, no flash to work with. Bobo is unstoppable, and they may have caught Fourth Wall in a critical moment in the game. Victor's world enders run out, he has no more healing, and now with the Rayleigh slow, Regans is ghosting on ahead, forcing the flash out of Toxie. They get 3 for nothing and are heading towards the Baron.
Blue Whites, they love being 2-0 down. They want to be a 2-0 down because all of a sudden this team has come alive. They've been unlocked, and it came from Deletus being over-aggressive. Thought that he could get the pick onto Snormi, and just wasn't able to. The Edge of Night huge in that situation, keeping the unlocked Senna able to keep dealing damage, run around with the Yeoman as well, keep themselves alive. And then in comes the Jarvan. Yeoman's doing so much damage as well as being tanky and a CC king. This game is just going out of control, and it felt pretty even, like you said, at that point, but now that the Baron's gone over, Blue Whites have got that ability to actually push onto these towers, something they were really lacking previously.
And Forceful can't even set up for the dragon. They are trying to look for a pick onto Jones here, who doesn't have too many cooldowns to play with, but he's not dead. Instead, Deletus is gone. That's their main AD DPS. Pipey cannot do enough to keep this fight going in their favor. Eggets in the Zonia will survive. No Requiem either. So Fourth Wall fighting with not enough gas, getting taken down one after another. That is their fourth gone. Fabio only one left, and he will fall, giving Blue Whites the ace, the dragon, and the soul.
And this game is nuts, but not in the way we were expecting. It's again over-aggression out of Forthwell. It feels like they are assuming they can go forward in these situations. They can find the big kills, and then they just don't. They just aren't able to get that first kill in a team fight. And if there's one thing that a Viego needs, it's that first kill in a team fight to be able to take over that body, dodge a couple of seconds of damage, use that champion to its fullest extent, and then use the ultimate again. You just don't get that at the moment. Deletus isn't able to get that first kill, and so he's not unlocked with 5 of the 8 kills even that this team has been able to pick up for themselves. He needs him to get ahead. Gonna go in here. Is this another mistake?
Recalling an award, Momo doesn't have the teleport, so Blue White's now stuck with 4 members. Only the Fourth Wall smell that they may have an angle to turn, but Blue Whites instead pop the Swaddles with a hit right to Monster. Get the kill onto Pipey already, and they have so much healing to work with. Stormy still untouched during this entire fight, kind of away from Victor. Will get the kill onto the Zac, but Momo has ran all the way from base with only 2 members left. Toxie and Fabio are not enough to defend against the incoming members, even using the Cataclysm to catch up, having the extra movement speed. Mantra Q finishes off the kill, and you only have an Nivea to work.
Yes, they were making another mistake. Forceful don't seem to know what else to do other than fight. They don't seem to have another answer. They're a fight, or we could fight, or we could fight. And these fights just are not working out for them. The healing and the damage that is coming through is just completely insane. There's so many shields that Wakama can lay down, plus a Mantra-empowered Q deals about half of Toxie and Pipey's health every single time, and with that Malignance completed, you can just keep spamming those at the backline. This is a composition that is almost impossible to take down once you fall behind, and Forthwell are at this point massively far behind. They are down the full soul and 10,000 gold. Garvis, I'm not going to call it yet, but we're all thinking it, right?
It is getting close to that point. Snormi also 11-14 on this Senna, showing why Senna has had almost an 80% win rate for the entirety of our Division 2 season. First 2 games did not show the power of the champion, but I feel like this game is starting to show what it can do, with Victor trying to catch up to Snormi, but just doesn't have the tools to deal with him.
What do you do? How do you get on top of this Senna in a way that doesn't get you caught out? You have to catch Stormy completely alone, on a wander into the backline of the jungle where he has absolutely no right to be, and hasn't been. Even in the situations where it looked like Fortfall have maybe caught him out, there's always a Jonas or an Iggits around the corner to be able to get back on top of this Senna, keep them alive. The 2 deaths on the Senna is a real testament to how well Blue Whites have been able to just play around this carry, and this is going to be another catch now onto Sir Victor. He is the tankiest member, but
it doesn't look like it, because he is already dead, even using teleport onto the flag to get Baloxa into the fray. Now, without their main frontliner, Fourth Wall have a hard defense to play against. Jones even overextending a little bit, we're just flashing away to keep himself as healthy as possible. Foxy trying to look for a pick onto Eggets. Can zone Blue Whites out a little bit, because the wave clear is so big, but they don't care. Who needs a wave when you have flashes and ghosts for forward, just tanking the tower, picking up another kill. Rotating over the mid lane where they have the wave. A low HP boss on those members. The lead is looking for a reason, but now separated from the team, trying to find Sormin, flashing away, keeps himself alive, and that jungler's gone. Toxie and Fabio now left to defend. Full 5 members of blue-white trying to close out the game into the egg. Toxie goes, Sigurd that whirlwind pop, but cannot reach any key members. Finally gets the shutdown onto Bobo, but the CC's too much to deal with. Inhibitors, only thing left in the way of blue-whites. 10 seconds for Pikey spawn. Blocks, they might have done it again. Blue-whites killed the Nautilus. Kill the first Nexus Tower. Pipey heading into the mini-wave, trying to clear it as fast as he can, but dies almost instantly. Auto attacks onto the tower, one after another. Nexus revealed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into Game 5. Let the Silver Scrapes play.
Blue Whites. They don't know how to play Game 1. They don't know how to play a Game 2. But by God, do they know how to play game 3 and 4. They're going to send us to a game number 5 right here. The reverse sweep is fully on the cards, and if I'm fourth wall and I completely demolish my opponents during the regular season in the first best of 3, in the first 2 games, and then it just all goes wrong immediately, how's the mentals? Because I'm not so sure about that one.
Well, Blue Whites already came back from the 0-2 situation with a mental reset, and, well, to be perfectly real, this is clearly their comfort zone.
Yep.
There's no arguing against that. Now it's a best of 1, and we'll have to see who keeps their head cool and plays the cleanest.
What was that? Okay. Carvis, I'm gonna give you 30 seconds, yeah? 30 seconds to be very Finnish and very happy about the fact that Blue Whites are making a comeback. Not saying you want them to win, obviously you're an unbiased caster, but just tell me about how Blue Whites could do it for this game 5 and make a reverse sweep.
We have reached the point where they have given them the seam. Now you just have to pull the matto alta. That's it. That's what they gotta do.
I'm going to get a translation during the break. We'll go to a quick one, and we will be back in just about... just a little bit to get game number 5. Blue White's fourth wall. It had to go all the way. It just did.
Well, well. History repeats itself until, at least for now.
Yeah.
We are reaching the final game, best of one. Who goes into the finals to face Rich Gang? Before this series, Fourth Wall was undefeated. Until game 3 of this series, Fourth Wall was still undefeated against Blue Whites. But now, it is all down to one last game.
You've had their number all year.
Then they switched providers.
Yeah, they've changed the number. They do not. Who? What? Nah, they have absolutely no clue who they're up against. And I mean, this is just completely nuts to witness. The way that this series has gone. The fact that Fourth Wall have been so dominant up against Blue Whites for the entire time. I mean, what was it? They first matched up in week 3. They then matched up again. Was it in the last week as well?
It was very close to the last week.
So you've beaten this team right at the beginning, right at the end, then 3 times in a row in playoffs. You know how this team functions. And then it felt like, yeah, those first 2 games were complete stomps. But Blue Lights, they know how to play from behind. They know how to come back, and I'd be a little mental boomed if I were Fourth Wall. I'm not saying they are. I'm sure they've got a better mental than I do. But knowing you were so close and then being taken to this point, knowing the team has been able to come back from such a deficit before, it's not a good situation to be in.
Well, what is a good situation is that they do get to go onto the red side. That has been the dominant side in our series so far. And we'll get to see if we finally get a change in the bans. The picks have been changing, but the bans have not.
Jarvan ban? Anybody? Anybody want a Jarvan ban? I kind of want a Jarvan ban. It's been such a good pickup here for Jones. He was looking a little shaky on everything else he picked up for himself, but that Jarvan was just completely up to wrecking. We finally saw the Senna actually be able to pop off as well. For the minute though, we're going to start out with the same bans we've been seeing previously. The Rengar, I don't think you can ever really give it over to Deletus again after you get quite so wrecked on it. You just don't want to have that happen in another game.
Yeah, and I think Blue Eyes doesn't really have to change anything. If they get the Senna, they are most likely going to pick it. They're still thinking about this third ban though. What could be something that they... Okay, yeah, exactly. I don't think it's worth it to get Toxic.
Who dares defy my
There
Oh.
we go. There
This
we
is
go.
why you're the analyst.
The Jarvan was just much too comfortable for the way that Jones wants to play. You've now got yourself that first pick. There are plenty of those big priority pickups still available. The Zac available. It's been a great pick for both Victor and Volta. I think either of these teams would be perfectly happy to be able to grab that one for yourself. First, the Senna has also been really strong. Is going to be the pickup. Stormy was able to just pop off on it, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Blue White is back in a strong position. I really do like this pickup of the Jinx, and I liked it the most when it's paired up alongside that Maokai.
Of all, going back to the BN, bread and butter. It is what they played most of the regular season. It is what they were the most successful at. And Pipey and a hyper carry is most likely their best bet going into this game 5 best of 1. Now, the question is, what does Blue White want to pick up for themselves? As the Zac already gets locked in, has been a huge priority pickup on the top side. There's also things like the Vi that are still available.
Yeah, the Vi have been hitting a lot of the bans, but now there's other picks that have popped up throughout the rest of the series, and so yeah, the Vi is going to be available. We obviously expect that Zac to be in the top lane as we've been seeing it. Senna, we've seen it both places. It can be strong wherever you want it to be. Right now, I would want to pick up the jungle. Yeah. See, you're an analyst too. That's a great predict right there onto the Vi, and I really like it alongside a Jinx, because Jinx is super immobile. If you can get on top of her, blow her up at the beginning of a team fight, that's a great way to win it out. Or...
Okay.
That's Victor's champ, isn't it?
That is Victor's champion. May not be as famous as the Finnish Expeto is, but still a master of the key. Shen has been a huge part of Portal's success in the games where the opponent blinds the top laner. Victor can take over the lane if he's confident in the matchup.
Yeah.
However, you are still going to be playing against a Zac who can, on a single misplay, start taking over.
Absolutely, you are really at the mercy of the Zac when it comes to your ults as well. You need to get really far away from the Zac to be able to ult away, otherwise you can disrupt it very easily with both the slingshot and the let's bounce. But if you can make it work, if you can get down into this bot lane when your Jinx is perhaps under threat, that is going to be a great situation to be in. I agree with all of these mid lane focus bans, although obviously that Swain, we did see it into the support role and it completely took over the game. Igets was able to just sit and deal damage and heal so much. This is another pickup we've seen be really strong so far. Portal taking this one does still give them a potential to swap it into both the jungle and that mid lane, and so you can really keep yourself wide open up against whatever Blue Whites are going to take for themselves. In terms of mid laners that are still around, the Orianna we've seen picked up a couple of times. It was okay. I'm not really sure what else you might want to take in this situation. With the Ahri band and the Cassiopeia god, those are some of the biggest ones.
Something that comes to mind for something that can outrange Talia, something like a Zera. I don't remember. Oh, the Corki's left open! That's an outranging one! Are we gonna do it?
Yep. I'd also completely missed that they'd left it open. Lux Senna as a bot lane, that's disgusting to play into the Jinx and the Maokai. You really don't get to move around in this lane.
They are definitely going for the outrange. Seraphine would also be an interesting choice that they can go. They're going for the straight up outrange the opponent.
Yeah.
And that is how you want to play against this sort of composition. The Nautilus surviving all the way to R5. They can still pivot these champions. The Maokai, of course, originally a jungler, and do it perfectly well.
Yeah, there's still a lot of different options. You said also potentially put it into the mid lane, and I really want to see it into the Corki. I don't think that's where it's going to be at its best. It looks like it is indeed going to be a support picked up finally. We're going to see the Milio Jinx. That's a super strong combo that can just get rolling, and it will indeed be the Maokai into the jungle.
So what the Milio can do is pretty efficiently deal with an encore, for example. So if you get like everyone else gets encored, Milio instantly pops ult, everyone's gone. What it doesn't deal too well though is things like a Vi ultimate that can be annoying to fight against. It also, although the campfire provides range, is it enough to play against things like the 40%?
I think just on the edge of range with those rockets, you're going to be okay, but you are really skirting the edge of that range, and you're having to use mana to do that, plus the Milio has got to constantly be buffing you up to be able to. Otherwise, yeah, you're getting massively outranged by this composition. I think you're once again in a situation as Fourth Wall where you have to get that first kill. They were able to do so very effectively in Game 2. In Game 4, they were not able to get that first kill in any of the team fights, and it meant that they just couldn't get rolling. If you can get your Jinx excited, that's a definite way to be able to win this team fight, but I really like what's been picked up by Blue Whites. They've got a ton of range for themselves, like you've said. The Corki, the package in a very immobile composition that's been picked up for Fourth Wall. If you can lay that down through a team fight, that is a great way to just be able to get straight in. And man, once again, we're going to have a lot of priority onto these junglers. What can get done? A Vi that gets a lot of kills is awesome. A Vi that falls behind is practically worthless. So you've got to get yourself ahead.
It's this weird, like, if we talk about how easy the composition is to play, for Fourth Wall, this is their bread and butter. This is what they're used to, this front-to-back team fighting composition where Pipey gets to shine, you have the Talia providing support. It is what they do best. The thing is, Blue Whites have a very difficult to play composition that outranges and outflanks the enemy. But if they can execute it, they have the tools to play right up in their face.
Oh, you ready, Carvis?
I think I'm ready. Let's go into Game 5. The trophy awaiting the winner. A little bit different looking over in the NLC, but it fairly represents what the winner of this one final game will be fighting for up against Rich Gang on Friday, I believe.
Remember, there's no promotion offer this one, but it is points towards promotion for the next split, so everything to play for right now. Whether or not you lose to Rich Gang in that finals, even winning right now gets you those extra points. Definitely going to be a big focus for both of these teams. Blue Whites, if they can reverse sweep, it's going to be absolutely insane. Fourth Wall, though, it would be a scrappy way to get into the finals, but off of Game 1 and 2, you just said they deserved it. They'd absolutely demolished Blue Whites. Blue Whites being able to come back has been so incredibly hype. I love it when it goes to a Game 5. We get to see so much more, really understand how these teams want to play, what they do when they're pushed to the absolute brink. And it turns out the Fourth Wall, they go back to the bread and butter, like you've been saying. This is a very standard Fourth Wall composition, and I've not seen Sir Victor actually get his Shen in quite a while. I think it hasn't even been this split that I've managed to see a Sir Victor Shen game, but I remember it from previous years and just how good on this champion he is.
I think last time I saw it in the playoffs, I think even he played with an Ignite setup. So this time he's not playing against anything that auto attacks too much, opting to take the regular old flash teleport setup. Will be just trading and playing fully to his comfort. And I think this is what Fourth Wall is opted to do. Just give everyone, get everyone as comfortable as possible, reset for this Game 5, and see how they match up against Blue Whites' similar game.
Just gonna say a quick thank you to Breakfast Brit, fellow caster, for pointing out that Pomo is 5-0 on Corki this split. He's a menace on this one. This really is a lot of people getting their comfort picks, things that they really like to play, and giving Pomo that Corki right now, super risky, but you could see through the evolution of this best of 5, other things had just come up that you needed to ban that were problems right now, rather than the risk that was constantly banning out the Corki. I understand why you let it go as Fourth Wall, but I do wonder if that's going to be a decision that comes to haunt them, because Pomo, so good on this one, and in a relatively easy matchup in the mid lane. As long as you don't get yourself caught out too badly by a seismic shove, you should get out of this lane unscathed. That's what Corki's all about, really. You're not looking for the solo kills, you just want to get out of this lane in a good spot, use the package to completely blow up a team fight, and alongside a Vi, you've got a great roaming death squad that can go top lane, potentially get involved there or around the grubs, and bot lane and the Drake. You will really move around very effectively. Of course, Toxi will be able to join along with that ultimate, and so we could see these mid laners getting involved in a lot of fights outside of their lane this game.
And otherwise, it should be a fairly quiet game compared to the previous 4 games of the series where everyone's been fighting solo kills one after another. Junglers just ignoring camps to go brawl somewhere else. This one, with the Corki, with the Seraphine Senna, with the Zac Shen top lane, we shouldn't see too much action unless there is that roaming that you were talking about. Similar to this top lane fight, Oluxa will be healing up all of this harass that Victor's putting through. It will need the additional damage provided by junglers. Yo's providing some of that in the mid lane. Toxic doesn't have to burn his flash, that E is enough, but now he's facing a bit of a mana problem.
Yeah, he's had to blow quite a lot of mana to be able to put down back stones on the ground to stop him from being taken out there, and not blowing your flash is huge, but yeah, just going to have to reset. Seems like both of these mid laners are going to have to go back to base. Wave is in a reset state, so nobody going to be losing out on too much right now. We'll probably see the teleports being blown. Is going to be blown out of Pomo. Toxi instead just going to decide to surf on that rock, get back to lane pretty quickly to be fair, and shouldn't lose out on too many minions or much XP.
Meanwhile, Victor, perfectly happy to CS a bit underneath the tower. Has accrued a decent enough lead if you count the minions here. He's maybe even around 10 CS ahead from the early game. Shen, of course, very strong at that point, played with his Q a ton. But the rest of the map, as even as it gets.
Yeah, everything else looking nice and calm. And the only thing that I can see is that that mid-lane teleport that's been kept up for Toxi could turn to be pretty huge. If you manage to get yourself a big push through, you can take a nice reset. If you end up taking a bad trade, you're still going to be in a nice spot. And you didn't really gain anything from using your teleport from Promo. You saw that question mark ping going down onto the mid lane. I think he was surprised that Toxi hadn't also used the teleport to get back to lane. And so there is a potential gap, but everything else seems pretty even. Simi takes a massive chunk of damage there.
Yeah, it is thankfully the Senna with fleet footwork and a potion in his inventory, so he will eventually heal all that up. Who needs to be a bit more careful, though, is Bomo here in the mid lane. As the lead is sneaking over to the Raptors, they see this happening, and with the buy there, can look to fight. There's a bunch of damage already being taken by Jones. The Q was cancelled, but Bleeders just can't match Pomo's DPS. It's jungler on jungler combat from here. Flash burn. They want to get the first blood kill. Just need a couple more hit flash. Oh, the first blood. Pomo Skorky. But now Toxi in a 1 versus 2, able to out DPS. And never mind, here's the rest of the team. On Stand United channel cancelled by Zac up on the top side, but the kill still traded over. Jones falls, but the first blood secured by Blue Whites.
Oh, the shield coming through from Sir Victor is enough to dissuade any more play. But still, Blue Whites, they're going to be able to pick themselves up that first blood onto Pomo as well. Not where you want to be giving that one over. Both mid laners able to pick up kills from that one. And we got a real display of what I was talking about earlier, where Sir Victor needs to get super far away from Oluxa to be able to actually use that ulti. The shield will still be impactful, but if you're constantly getting that ult cancelled, you never get to really unlock the full use of this Shen. And that's something that would be real devastating to fourth wall.
Oh, Blue Whites wants to take the 3-on-4 fight, turning around on the Jones almost instantly. They don't have the damage to fight this properly. The lead is very low though, but now fight is going wild. As the Ghost used as well. Looking if he can get any follow-up kills. 600 for the Dragon, that will result in a smite. Pommel, Valkyrie's away, and should be able to escape.
Hypey was looking for to potentially keep playing that one, missed the zap, and so just going to be able to walk away is Pomo, but that is going to be another kill going over, and the Drake picked up for fourth wall. This game feels very tentative. It's incredibly pressurized this moment right now. For fourth wall especially, I'd say. There are lots of times to beat your opponent, but there's only really one time it matters, and it's at this point in the playoffs, right? This is the last chance you get in the entire split, and being reverse swept here feels so bad. They're going to have a lot of pressure on their heads, And right now, the mid lane going pretty well for Blue Whites, as is the bot lane, as you're going to see a turret plate going over, and well on the way to another one in this bot lane. The Senna has been so strong. We didn't get to see it really in game 1 and 2, but now we're actually seeing the Senna be unlocked, and you're going to be able to just stand in there and take another turret plate in the face of Pipey and Fabiox.
And weirdly, the thing that's really changed about the Senna is who's piloting it.
Yeah.
In the first 2 games, it was Igits piloting the Senna. So now, with Snormi, the actual AD carry player, playing the AD carry, it's been doing way better.
Shocking. I am very surprised right here. To be fair, we did see Eggets play a absolutely massive Swain game, and so clearly not going to be just good on the traditional supports. So Victor, hiding out in this bush, unlikely to get himself a full kill. On for Volxer right here, it would be a surprise to me if we see a solo kill top lane, but then again, both of these players know their champions incredibly well.
A sidestep from Victor. Still fighting in the mini where
Going, wait.
Yeah, Volxer's taking a bunch of damage, but with the Q has to flash away. The extra hit would have been it. The flash thought, but Volxer gets ahead on the one-on-one passive proc. But the bombs keep him alive. And again, it feels like time and time again, other than the Aatrox game, Volxer has been doing better up on this top side of the map.
Yeah, and I really am surprised that they're giving over solo kills. Obviously, Zac and Shen can deal a ton of damage, but that was not a good-looking fight for either of these players. But when has that stopped anybody? Clearly just wanted to scrap in onto this one. We've got the grubs up and available. Neither team has made a move towards those yet. The Drake has been taken. We saw that go over to 4th wall. And so we've got a while until there's an objective down in the bot lane. Isn't stopping Jones from being in this area, hovering around alongside Pomo, potentially looking for something, but it would have to be a dive. And diving onto Emilio Jinx is always incredibly risky. Instead, everybody just going to sniff around, head back to their lanes. If we take stock of how things are going throughout the first 10 minutes of the game, there's a small gold lead overall for Blue Whites, nothing too crazy. But with the solo kill in the top lane, that's going to be a big focus for Blue Whites to be able to play around. And anytime your Zac is strong, that's going to be a massive disruptor in the backline.
Something I'd also like to bring up regarding organization. Bommel has opted to buy the Hex Ring to keep himself alive a little bit longer if Toxie or Deletus find him in the back line, so Pipey does get resets instantly, but this delays the Ramana spike a little bit, so they most likely not going to even... They may fight around the second break, but it's not going to be as powerful as we're used to for that timing window.
It's really not going to be. You have to be quite careful to not get yourself too far behind the curve, really. We know how good Perma could be, and I do agree that the Hex Drinker is probably a good idea, because we're going to see the top laners fight each other again. Gone are the days of the real wet noodle fights. So Victor's taking so much damage right now.
He can't block any of the damage. Volxer's another solo kill. This was the counter pick that Victor opted for. Full comfort, he said, give me the Shen. But Volxer, you said it's not a wet noodle. Again, the wet noodle seems to be stronger than a sword.
It really does, and that's going to be another turret play going over in the bot lane. Top lane falling to pieces right now. And it looks like Victor is also going to be taking himself towards one of the Hydra items, which... it just is such an expensive build path. Volxer is going to be going towards something so much less expensive. You can see already got that first item completed, and so it's going to be in such a strong position. And Victor hasn't really been able to get us control in his lane to be able to say, hey, I've got my ult up, guys, go for a play, I'll stand united, I'll come join you. Because he's on lockdown by Volxer, he's not able to do that. Next Drake going to be spawning in 20 seconds time. We've got most of 4th wall in the area, and there is the Stand United available for Victor. Like we've been saying, though, got to get quite far away from this Zac to be able to actually pop it.
The thing about this, you already mentioned how the Tiamat is going to be. We can talk about this later. The latest is looking around the area. The Jones is there as well. They could even go for a contestation on this dragon. Corki does have package, but is separated from the rest of the team. Mind that the timer is a little bit shorter than it used to be. Way back on Flash! Pipey already broke to burn the summoner. The lead is going on to Fomo. It's a 3-on-3. Separated. Maokai ulti flashed away by Jones, but it's a fight on 2 fronts. Eggets already dead. Volxer teleporting in. A Stand United used on the Deletus, but Blue Whites are being chased down. They are way too far apart to fight this properly. And 4th wall secure themselves a dragon.
Yeah, nice little fight right there. There are a couple of big ultis that missed. The Encore specifically, I guess, flashes forwards to try to get it. Isn't able to do so. Pipey also missed the Super Mega Death Rocket. Didn't end up mastering because instead saw Toxie just flash over the wall. And is now 4-0-0. Is in an incredibly strong position. You know, it's going to get that counter over on the other side of the map. Pick up the Grubs. The Grubs really don't give you as much as a potential Drake can. And with 2 already under 4th belt. Double TPs.
Double TPs. Pomo is here. It gets teleporting in as well, but they are lacking quite a few cooldowns. Toxie may not matter. They missed a rocket though. A couple more flashes for getting shielded up by Fabio. Can't reach the Talia. Instead, losing out on the jungler. One last ultimate from the Vi eventually picks up the kill, and now Fabio without mana left underneath the tower goes tanking, but survives with a sliver of health. Blue White clapping back.
Blue White's able to pick themselves up a good bit of fighting. Look at the amount of wards we have littering this bot side river. It's been nothing but fighting down there for the last couple of minutes, and it seems to come out relatively even. Blue Whites, they're going to be able to pick themselves up a ton more turret plates though, and that's really where this gold advantage is coming from. The kills back and forth, but being able to pick yourself up all of this extra standing gold is just huge. Top lane, finally, we're going to see Victor pick himself up a plate and push in a wave, but it's not been a good time for this Shen, and you've got a 3-0-0 carry in the top lane, and the Zac is just unkillable if he gets ahead, and I'd count this as a Zac being ahead.
You could say that.
Just a
You
little,
have 3
just a
kills,
tad.
just a little bit ahead. And something about the Zac being on the sideline against Victor, he went for the hollow radius. This is not an armor item, this is just straight up magic resistance. The leaders and Toxie are realistically the only members that are gonna try and stop the Zac from doing his thing. So he's just basically ignoring Victor, saying, I beat you anyway, I'm itemized against the real threats. Speaking of real threats, Snormi, you are in a lot of danger. If you don't dodge the Q, he's able to dodge away. But Pipey, Fabio still want to look for the fight. Maokai is in close proximity. Encore used for the peel. Here comes Toxie with the Weaver's Wall. He, again, barely able to dodge away. The damage isn't there just yet. Just a couple more hits is enough. And Pipey doesn't get the reset. Why are you thinking about going in here? Corky's there for the follow-up. They're very low on the HP, but have a ton of CC to play with. No Encore already used in the fight, so 4th Wall are able to peel away, but the following siege is Blue White's to play with.
Oh, so close to getting another kill back was Blue Whites. They're not able to do so, but they are going to be able to push onto this turret because of those 3 grubs as well. A little bit of extra damage. It's not going to be huge, but the tower will go down, and I wonder if they're going to chase forwards. They are.
They are going to stand united, used to save Pipey's life.
Oh,
Oh, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Oh, Toxie teleported behind them, had to go for an all-in play because otherwise he would lose his life for nothing. Still did, but at least he got some damage in. But nice turnaround play from 4th Wall. Good awareness from Toxie as well. Finding the flank ward to teleport to 6, 1, and 0, looking to carry 4th Wall back into the game.
Just gonna be able to pick themselves up another big kill and onto the Corki as well. That's gonna be huge. Maybe this Hexblade has just sort of put him behind the curve, not kept him in the strongest position. Pomo, we said, what are you doing? But you are right. The teleport behind forced his hand. He had to push forwards. But unfortunately, being in that situation in the first place is the bigger issue. These fights are all happening, though, without this massive Zac in the top lane. So 4th Wall being able to win these 4v4s, sometimes even 5v4s, is obviously great for them. But I wonder if the tune is changed once we get this Zac involved.
Remains to be seen. Will they ever get the Zac involved as so Victor keeps the lane priority up, having the Titanic Hydra to push with. Dragon up in a minute or so, so another team fight looming in our future. And 4th Wall still keeping a nice vision game there. Pomo may have to burn his Valkyrie to get away from the Maokai ultimate, and that's a big cooldown gone for the next couple of minutes.
It's a big cooldown to be losing out on. And so as we get to hang on, Snoomy.
Looking for the latest, is able to dodge away from the root. Still, Blue Whites need the buy to be there for the initial fight if they want to properly execute their combo, that is the Encore into the buy ultimate. Or the other way around. Who cares? They just want to hit the CC. While fourth wall desperately need Fabio to position well, have the cleanse ready for 5 BPA against spawn out, and get the resets to win the fight.
There is going to be a good look. Blue White's going to be straight over onto this Drake. There is everybody else in the follow-up. This is going to be a 5v5 brawl if fourth wall decide to step up, and they are going.
Still no Maokai ultimate charmed up, already burning the Melia, all Victor in the back line, getting kited back. Pomo is on full retreat over to the mid wave, but they've lost their top laner. Now in a 4-on-4 at the Dragon, ulting onto Pipey. There's no follow-up. Nice peel from peeling Volkside away from the knockout, but Pomo's joining the fight. Pipey solo getting taken down. 1 HP on the Maokai, and fourth wall are on the retreat. Toxic, the one to carry them in these fights, still alive, trying to do as much as he can to stop Blue Whites from taking this Dragon. Would be sole point on the next one if they can buy enough time. Good shove. Prevents Vulture from hopping in once again. Deletes and Toxic have been on point on these, but with Eggets teleporting in, fourth wall may not have the time to stop this from being taken. Teleport from Bomo as well. They want to keep this one going. Only now is Victor respawning and running from base. Pipey and Fabio approaching mid lane as well, but they may have to work with the consolation prize of a Herald.
Not going to be able to get back into this one. Double teleports invested. You can see how much Blue Whites did not want to give fourth wall over that soul point already. It would really be accelerating the game. Instead, slow things down. Leave yourself a little bit of extra time to play around, and my prediction was correct. Once you get the Zac involved in these team fights, things look entirely different. The Zac able to just absorb so much damage, and you saw Victor into the backline. He's able to survive just as long, just as long as his refuge is open. The second that it shuts, he gets killed pretty much immediately, and he was so far back, and everybody turned to chase Pomo, who was able to use that package to get away. It just was not a well-executed team fight, unfortunately. Out of fourth, Blue White is playing it much better, using their carries to the greatest extent. And right now, things are feeling super tense. 2k gold lead for Blue White. They're in a good position in this game, but it is still on a knife's edge back and forth in this game 5.
Even with the Zac absorbing so much pressure, Deletus was on point with his Bramble Smashes, interrupting every single knockup before it was able to land. Sure, he made it into the backline, but was never really able to do much with it. That could have been a way worse fight if those weren't there. And now, fourth wall, with the Herald in hand. Wait, they got it, right? They didn't? No, they didn't have time. Baron must have respawned.
Yeah.
Okay,
They
so
didn't get any consolation prize.
they just had to deal with what they have been dealt with, which is nothing. What they have is Toxic. Toxic in these team fights has been doing quite well.
Really strong at the moment. Has completed that Ceres. It's also got the Crypt Bloom, so if you're able to start getting those kills down, going to be healing up the teammates massively. It's a really good item onto this Talia. You can make great work with it. But it hasn't felt like Toxie's able to have the space to really play around this team fight. Sure, been absorbing a lot of kills, but considering the fact you expect to have a lot of good frontline with a Shen and a Maokai, it really hasn't felt like that. Instead, it's felt like Voxel has been able to just sit in the back line of his team and just keep them all alive and make sure they're able to buy enough space. And space is something Pipey is also going to need, so it's really on these tanks and the Emilio to be able to buy the space for these carries to be able to do their thing. The key in that fight as well that we saw was that the Encore did land out of Eagets, and that was huge to be able to just disrupt what was going on. There were a couple of misses early on, needed to dial his eye in. Now that he's got it in, if he's able to hit a couple more big Encores, it's going to make these team fights incredibly difficult for fourth wall to move around in.
Another thing is, remember, Deletus didn't have his ultimate in that previous fight. He used it earlier on to catch Pomo down in the bot side of that, but he was a bit too far away. He just was able to Valkyrie away underneath his own tower. So we haven't seen fourth wall in a full 5-on-5 with all of their resources.
No, we really haven't, and
A small pause.
yeah, that could be a little bit of an issue, let's say, when we actually see all of these full resources being able to be picked up full gameplay going through. We are going to just jump back to the cams for a second. Player is reporting a little bit of an issue. Going to have a quick PC restart, so hopefully we'll be able to get back into the game as quickly as possible for you. It gives us a chance to take stock of the crazy early game we've had, though.
And this is probably the most standard out of all of the games for how the early and mid stage of the game has played out. It doesn't make it any less chaotic, though.
Yeah, no, it's been completely crazy, but in a very different way. In the previous sets of games, it's really been all about whoever gets those first kills just completely stomped, completely dominated game 1 and 2, all the way in Fourth Wall's favour. 3 and 4, maybe 4 was a little bit more back and forth, but to be honest, they were still stomps over for Blue Whites. And so this game 5 being super back and forth, and actually with multiple teams having carries and issues, I really like the way that this is shaping up for our final game right here. Like you've said, Toxie has the carry through right now. I mean, I would like to see a situation where Pipey's able to actually get a couple of kills, get this Jinx online, but the Jinx is not accelerated in this game. We're still waiting for those 3-item power spike. So instead, it's all on this Talia. Is that a reasonable position to be in when the other team seems to have more carries to play around?
I think the thing that we talked about in Champion Select will come to play in the next team fight, where Fourth Wall's team composition is way easier to execute. They have the point and click CC. They have the massive abilities of the brambles that can just flood forward, prevent anyone from reaching your back line, and you have the Milio, basically it's a get out of jail free card if you mess up once into the encore. Blue Whites needs to be on point with their positioning on the flanks.
They need to play this one a lot more carefully, I think, but so far it seems to work out. But there's a situation where Pomo maybe doesn't escape in that team fight. He doesn't draw multiple members away. And then all of a sudden, Victor in the backline absorbing all of the wasted damage that just gets taken down by him. He doesn't really care about it. Then you get to turn that fight around. You've killed Pomo. You can really roll into that fight. So these really are coming down to a knife's edge. And if you're reliant on tiny little things, you know, if you are reliant on one man's W to win you or lose you a team fight, that's a really risky position to be in. But to be honest, with Fourth Wall and Blue Whites, I don't think it could have come down to anything else. These teams, they love a scrap, they love fighting, and we are getting to see that massively. This Zac, though, I really am looking at this Zac as the main carry, it must be said. He's so tanky at the moment. I don't think the Voxer's died yet. And is he even going to? It seems like you can pump full damage into him, and he's still got the blobs to be able to fall back on, and is such a disruptor at the moment.
And again, most of these team fights around the Dragon area are coming down to whether they can interrupt the Zac or not. They have multiple good abilities to do that with. They have the Talia E, they have Milio Q that will completely interrupt the dash and send the Zac backwards, and they have the Bramble Smash which can interrupt you at the last moment. Seems like we are ready to go into the game. Back, maybe. Okay, maybe not. As I was mentioning, the Zac can wreak havoc out to.
Can you stop him though? Like you were saying, can you stop him? Can you get on top of the Zac and make sure he can't move forwards? He's going to be super vulnerable at the moment to AD damage. You can see he has decided to go for 2 magic resist items. You gotta love the Spirit's Visage on Voxelia. You're just going to be able to keep yourself alive for so long, increased healing. But that's going to leave you vulnerable to Pipey once you get later down the line. You're just basically hoping at this point to keep yourself ahead of the curve. Look like he's going to be heading towards some map armor. Finally, maybe some anti-heal, although I don't really see enough heal on the side of Fourth Wall to really justify going towards the Thornmail. Not really sure what Voxelia is going to be building towards right now. Look at the vision you've got all around this bot side for Fourth Wall, though. They are well aware of what's going on right before this Drake is going to be spawning. Is he going to get caught out?
I think they spotted him heading into that brush. Now they certainly know with the sapling catching out there, but as you said, they have full information of what Blue Whites is doing. The question is how can they stop it? They have Stand United from Victor, they have the teleport from Toxie and Victor if they so want them. And we may finally be getting the full resource team fight we were talking about.
Quite possibly, and that's going to be a really exciting team fight to watch. We did just see Toxie go back to base, going to come back with another needlessly large rod, so just going to be in a even stronger position, just lay down all of the damage. He really is on Toxie to be able to do that. The rest of the team needs to buy space. You need to watch Pomo and that pack, though that is going to be the big carry. Going back to base right now to be able to pick it up, and Pomo knows that he's going to be needed in this situation.
Dragon up in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1-ish, as they have to give over the priority from the Dragon area, since Bollock isn't there. But with every single member there, Bollock's able to step forward. In this choke point, they need to be careful of a possible uncall, but Toxie's giving them a lot of space to play with. Catching out Victor, a little bit separated now. Delirious getting dragged backwards, already using the Maokai ultimate. Corky's getting jumped down by Victor, but Volux in the back line just being an absolute menace, already forcing Victor's flash. Gets eliminated, and still a buy ultimate to burn if they want to keep this fight going. Corky's going back to teleport back into the fight. If they can just buy a little bit more time without the split going over, it is Red Team who secures it, but the fight keeps on going. Here's Zach into the back line, can't hit the Q. Fabio able to escape along with Talia, but Maokai heading the other way has to be sacrificed. They get the objective though. They have soul point in 5 minutes time. Blue Whites are heading towards the Baron.
A massive encore, only onto one member, but it doesn't matter because Deletus is all of a sudden so low on the back line. Pomo's able to go and pick himself up a kill early as well. They're going to go straight over to the Baron. Blue Whites, they are done with this. They want to complete this reverse sweep. They want to put themselves into that final game up alongside Rich Gang. It's a very slow take onto the Baron. We're only 25 minutes into the game right now. Fabios is going to be able to spot this one out. It does come through.
They can fight this. Stand United wasn't used since Victor died so early, and Toxie has more than enough burst to be a threat. It's dead. Can they get the full of a fight? A gets no mana either. It's basically a 4-on-4. Victor heading forward, but it's too far. The rest of the team isn't there. Gets taken out, and they catch the recalls. Fabio and Pipey are looking for any zap angles. There's a tower that they can head under. Oh, that's a huge chunk of damage. Also using the Maokai ultimate to interrupt any recalls. Tomo has been called out. This is the chance. Toxie shut down onto the core key. Jinx is going wild. Volux still has his passive, so not going to die yet. Only getting 1 kill, but it's a major shutdown.
Huge knockback right there out of Toxie, still being the main carry for this team. But man, that team fight just went badly for Fourth Wall, and the fact that you are then able to pick yourself up the Baron, Victor trying to make something happen, felt almost like a desperation play, but this game isn't in desperation straits. You are now down 7,000 gold, but you've got yourself the soul point. Being able to pick up the Ocean Soul could be a difference maker in this game, but I just worry that Fourth Wall are going to be falling so far behind that they can't even step up to go and try to play for this next Drake in a 2.5 minutes time. Victor's just overplaying these team fights, unfortunately. Toxie has now picked up a second needlessly large rod. Well on the way to that death cap. That may well be a game-changing item to be completed, because that cup, only 1 kill off of that seismic shove, would have been 3 kills easily if you've got yourself that big item.
Oxy's not here, so Blue White smells blood, instead forcing a couple of ultimates out and letting the side lane go. Getting the tower from there. Volux holding the Baron empowered minions, so Victor can't join the fight. Getting the inner towers one after another. Pipey needs to be very careful not to get attacked by more of those rockets. Taking a huge chunk of HP every single time one lands. They don't have the engage tool from Deletus either, so they're just working with what they have. Taking out the cannon. They have the option of either rotating over to where the Shen Zac is, or they can try and take down this mid lane tower. Toxie, again, watch for the positioning. Already using the E, so now there's an engage possibility from Jones. Get the tower and rotate cleanly out.
Oh, Victor sat underneath the tower. This one is just going to fall incredibly quickly. Doesn't really look like there's anything that can be done to defend against. We've seen plenty of compositions in this series where you can't really siege onto towers. This is not one of them from Blue Whites. They're going to just keep accelerating themselves further and further into the lead of this game, up by about 8,000 gold at this point. Well on their way to meeting Rich Gang in the finals. And with massive shutdowns on multiple key carriers, there is a way you can get back into this game. But it starts and ends with a massive seismic shove out of Toxie, which hasn't quite happened. The death cap is now completed. 7 stacks on that Dark Seal. Toxie does a ridiculous amount of damage, but if you land all of that into a Voxilla, he doesn't care. It's all about hitting it onto Como or Snormi, maybe even Eggets. If you can get him down, it's at least something. 30 seconds though onto this Drake. It would be Soul 4-4 full, a huge pickup for them if they're able to get on top of it, but even stepping this far out of the base right now feels like a risk. Victor does still have the Stand United, so he can join you at a moment's notice, but how much do you really want to step away? Como has teleport, he's going to head top lane.
I think the biggest chance that Folk will have is the package timing being a little bit staggered. It's 10 seconds until the dragon spawns, so they can try and secure control while the Corki is away. It's just a question, can they find their way in? Which it's looking desperate in this situation. Here comes the Corki, teleporting in. Dragon's already been starting up. The lead is already burning the ultimate. They're gonna Hail Mary it. Victor is there, but already CC'd up and all bursted down almost instantly. The lead is in the pit. Critical 50-50 if you can get the damage.
Oh, yes!
They get the Ocean Soul. Only losing their jungler for it. Now, Corki just diving on in, finding Pipey, a ton of damage being bursted in forwards. They are on full retreat. Without the Maokai, they are lacking the critical front line. Have they bought themselves enough time? The Ocean Soul kind of nullifying the poke from Corki and the Senna a bit, but it's still a magic goal lead for Blue White.
Yeah, Blue White's still in a great situation, and hey, giving over that soul means that you're going to have the Elder up even sooner, and with the control that they have, that charm going to land.
Obviously, forced to flash away from the Vi engage. Looks fairly healthy in the front line still. No cooldowns really to play with, so Blue White just get the tower and look to reset to fight another day, most likely in a minute or so for this Baron.
This Baron is going to be crucial right here. If you can get another steal as deletes, you can just keep pushing the point at which this game goes out of control further and further back. Your comp scales incredibly well. Vi, the later you get into a game, is less and less useful. You definitely prefer to have a Maokai in the late stages. But still, the Vi right now super strong and just going to be able to pop that ult onto whichever squishy carry has the misfortune of stepping up to face them. If we look at the amount of towers that have been taken, 2 for fourth wall and 7 for Blue Whites. Wait, they're going straight for Baron.
They're straight going for it, trying to burst it down as fast as they can.
It's so slow.
Here's Eggets with the teleport. They're trying to play around the cooldowns of Blue Whites that they don't have yet. 5k HP, Maokai ultimate use. They're diving in. 3k solo. Fabio almost just bursted down, dies to the pummel burst, and the Baron just isn't falling. Instead, fourth wall are getting taken down one by one. Blue White may have done it. They're in the back line. Jinx and Talia off the rift. Super Minions heading down mid lane. Victor's the only one alive. The Blue Whites, a second series in a row, down 0-2. They have a single Super Minion to play with. 20-second death timers on Deletus. Fabio will be respawning, but he isn't much.
They can do it.
They think they can do it.
Yes.
Do they have the damage? Have they secured themselves a spot in the finals? Victor, one last hurrah to try and prevent Blue White. He's dead. The second Nexus Tower is gone.
Reverse sweep.
Complete the reverse sweep. And your NLC Division 2 second finalist going up against Rich Guy. It feels like we should be more hyped, but it feels like silence is more appropriate here.
I am in awe. I am genuinely in awe of this team, and I'm not saying that in a particularly good or bad way. I am just shocked by what I am seeing. 2 reverse sweeps in a row is mental. The mental fortitude to be able to pull that off is insane. Blue Whites, take a bow. I mean, game 1 and 2 weren't just, oh, we lost them. They were complete wipes. They didn't get anything. They didn't feel like they were going to be able to win anything at all. And then the second that they got into that game 3, it's like a switch flipped. And all of a sudden, that was a team who I think can take Rich Gang at least a game off of them. That was so impressive.
Or they intentionally go down 0-2 and see what happens. That's always an option. We're going to take just a short break while we set up the interview. I think Snormi will be joining us from Blue White after that reverse sweep. And we are back. Joining us is the 80 carry of Blue White's Snormi.
Hello.
Welcome over here once again. I'll be honest, I didn't expect to see you here coming into the series. But here you are. Finally, an appropriate moment to ask, how does it feel?
It feels so amazingly great. Like, I guess we need to get used to producing these bangers. But I mean, really, really like exhausting also to play this many games. But I mean, it just feels really great.
I mean, it was absolutely insane. I'd like to take you back to that Garden Gaming matchup. You go to all 5 games. Obviously, a crazy feeling reverse sweeping. What was the prep you had coming into today, facing up against Fourth Wall? They'd beaten you every other time you'd faced up against them. You hadn't beaten them a single time. What did you look to change to be able to take the win this time around?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, our record against them wasn't looking that good we had some struggles against them. I feel like all the games we played so far has just like gone from the draft forward. So we just tried to like get a better draft and get some playable stuff. Like we were talking that we like lost every time to just this front to back comp that they had just have some tanks in the front and then just a hyper carry. And we just tried to like think about that and see what we could do else to win it. And I mean, something we did something right.
Yeah, absolutely. And so after that game 2, you're down 2-0. Did you guys have that feeling that you can maybe do it again, that there was still something to give? Especially, I would like to say, when you saw that draft in game 3 out of blue whites. Out of fourth wall.
Yeah, I mean the draft. I was like the draft was just troll. I've seen it before. Like people get loose when it's like 2-0 and then they just pick whatever they want, like fun champs. So I mean, I was expecting to win that game, but then in the fourth game when it felt like they went back to their original stuff, it like felt a bit harder there. But I'm feeling like this series, we one, it's that we don't scream that much. So this series were like 2 scream games, and then we're like warmed up for the actual games, or it was that we just want to get some content. We're Finnish players, so we always like to make as much content as possible. So we go to 5 games.
And a great segue there. Fellow content machine Fruity Fresh once said, "We reverse sweep for content." And now you guys are heading up into the finals. 7 Finnish players in the finals, some very familiar faces. What is the team's feeling heading up against Rich Gang?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to be against them in the finals. They've been playing really well. Like we lost in the regular season, both games. I mean, they'd just be looking stellar. We'll have to see what we come up with against them, so we actually have a chance to fight. I'm just hoping we don't get like really smashed, and maybe it could be a reverse sweep again for either side. Maybe if we start winning in the beginning, suddenly we get reverse swept. I don't know.
We'll get to see that on Friday. Once again, huge congratulations on the second reverse sweep, and we'll see you back here up against Rich Gang.
Yeah, thank you very much.
But with that, it was a long evening once again for us. Just incredible.
So
The
good.
mental prowess. It was there the entire time, and now we have a almost full Finnish final.
It's not looking so hot for the Brits, it must be said. Finland is definitely winning out on the battle of the best players at the moment in the NLC. And I mean, it's incredible to see single country teams pop off like that. I think it's always really good fun. And Blue Whites have had such an interesting split. They came out third from the regular season. They looked super strong. But, like, they just couldn't get over the hurdle that was Fourth Wall and Rich Gang. Now they've beaten one of those demons. Can they make it through the next one? I'm so excited for the finals.
We'll get to see that on Friday. Make sure to join us then. But for now, it has been it. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining us for this entire 5-game journey. I've been Carvis. Thank you, Bloxer, for joining me, and we'll see you again.